Oh, what up, everybody? Uh, I am back after a pretty brief intermission, and good morning, Jerry. Good morning, hello all. Y'all probably noticed I made it 100 days in a row and then had to take off yesterday. Well, it was a bit inadvertently, but anyway, I am back, and this is the channel where you can watch an undereducated hick from Alabama perform an intellectual takedown of the Christian faith, doctrine, and logic for your entertainment, but also to make the world a better place and to combat the rise of this ridiculous Christian nationalism, because that shit's stupid and nobody likes it but Christians. So we are here today to once again kick off the battle. And here we go. Y'all know that our best friend on this channel is Dr. Joshua Bowen. And he writes amazing books like this: Learn to Read Ancient Hebrew, which I have been learning, and I must reinvigorate my learnings this week. That would be awesome. I plan on doing that some. Also, don't forget that the Rocket City Reason Conference is going down this October in Huntsville, Alabama. You can get your tickets for that at rocketcityreason.com, and it is going to be off the chain. You can hang out with some of the biggest names in atheist debaters and YouTubers that there is, and there is a bunch that's going to be there, and you can come hang out with us, and it is going to be awesome. Yeah, the wife and I got pretty sick. Ended up taking a day off yesterday for the first time in 100 days, which I actually didn't mean to, but my wife and I both were quite ill on Saturday night and Sunday. Sunday wasn't quite as bad, but I felt like shit. I still kind of feel pooey, but compared to the last 2 days, I'm in a fantastic mood and I feel great. So hopefully today we can kick it all off back right, get rolling again after taking a 1 day in the last 100 off. That's pretty cool, right? Thank you, Michael. Good morning, everybody, by the way. Good morning. Oh, thank you all for piling in. We've been on almost 3 minutes now. Rock and rolling, right? So today we are kicking it back off. And my nose hurts really bad because I was wiping my nose incessantly. I have a gigantic, I don't even know if you can see it on the camera, but I have a gigantic crack right in the middle of my bottom lip, and that shit fucking hurts. I barely talk. I'll do my best though. I'm barely talking anyway. Y'all know me. I'm from Alabama, so we speak the King's English down here. And it's also the language we use to debate folks with, or have some hopefully good conversations with actual adults about these topics. And just oh, and let me say real quick, my plan for the future of the channel is to obviously be here a whole fucking lot. But anyway, I think I'm planning on doing Monday through Friday for sure, and then if I wake up early enough on Sundays, I'll tell you what, I'll just commit to 5 days a week. How about that? but plan on 6 or 7 if I'm filling up to it and stuff. But I'm gonna plan on at least doing Monday through Friday, doing the show on the channel here. So y'all got that to look forward to. Of course, you get me in the mornings, and don't we all love that? Get your day started right. All right, let's go ahead and bring up. We got somebody in the queue already. What does that say? Charles D. I think that. Oh, never mind. It wasn't even somebody there. Godwin, what's up? What is up, Classic V? Hello. Good morning, everybody. What is going on, y'all? Oh, there he is. Charles D. Are you there?
Well, okay. I think I may have. If you want to talk about the topics, it may just be a quick visit. 37, he, him. Why should we believe? I don't believe the Bible's the inerrant word of God. So therefore, number two isn't true. Does three? Therefore, number three isn't true. Number four, and I don't. And I agree with number four. I think Jesus didn't actually fulfill any prophecies, but I do think Jesus came to show us who God
are you a
is.
Christian?
I don't call if I have to answer that yes or no, I would say no. But I think Jesus came to show us who God is, and they made a religion about him called Christianity. You don't have to be a Christian to follow Jesus. And they'll say, well, Christianity means follower of Jesus.
Well, we appreciate you, buddy, but we just debate Christians in here. Not really interested in talking to debating atheists and stuff. I live in a country where Christians are the ones trying to take over the world right now, so they're the ones we need to talk to. So, if you're one of the Christians who don't even have the balls to call yourself a Christian, I'm not really, that's kind of wise too, honestly. But anyway, you're not quite who we want to talk to on this channel, man. Sorry. Okay, did you have to really disconnect? I didn't have to, but I did anyway. But whatever. Yeah, you're not a Christian, man. I don't know if you can. There's some big old words on the screen right here that says Christians or Hebrew Israelites only. I guess you missed that part, but anyway. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of topics up here that if you agree with, you're probably not the best person to debate on. Oh, man, I don't think he liked that, did he? Anyway, if you're an actual Christian, preferably an adult one, who's capable of a conversation, please come on up and talk to us. I took a day off yesterday, so I'm pretty refreshed. We made it 100 days in a row up here, and then I got my wife and I got sick this weekend, so I had to take a day off. I didn't want to. Yesterday would have been a good day, but I did. Now I'm here. Yeah, well, I had to reset now. Good morning, Lady of Heaven. But yeah, like if you haven't heard already, I think I'm gonna do minimum 5 days a week. I'm gonna do Monday through Friday for sure with the show, of course, unless something crazy comes up. But I'm also gonna shoot for really early Sunday mornings too. If you can jump on Sundays, Sundays are a really good day to do it, but you gotta be kind of early before everybody piles in there. So. No minors. You're not even supposed to be here. This channel is supposed to be set to 18 over and only. No, I appreciate you being honest though, but you probably shouldn't even be listening to this channel. We say bad words. No worries. Yeah, you don't want to talk to adult strangers on the internet. For sure. But anyway, if you are an adult Christian who wants to come up, or one of the Hebrew Israelite fellas, we'll talk to you too. Even though from my experience, all the Hebrew Israelites are a bunch of racist motherfuckers. Jesus is king. King of nobody. Baldwin the Fourth is king too. Although he died like almost 1,000 years ago now. He's also the king too. Dead people can still be kings. There's a whole bunch of kings. Thank you, Ari. I appreciate that, buddy. Welcome back in, everybody. Damn, I haven't been on 10 minutes yet, so we're still kind of warming up. But welcome back in. I guess all y'all noticed I took a day off yesterday. I'm sure you woke up and didn't see the ape on, and it was utter panic and confusion reigned, I'm sure. But life goes on, and we come back on Mondays. Man, I wish that I got a crack on my lip that hurts so stinking bad, it's ridiculous. I could really do without that, but besides that, I'm pretty good on it. Hail Satan. Yes, the good one in the book. The true god of this world, the devil. Anyway, Christians, come on in. The show is going now. So, come on in and talk to us. If you are an adult and a Christian who is capable of having a conversation like an adult, we would love to talk to you. The Ministry of Doug. The best name on the fucking internet. That's the one right there. The ministry of Doug. I'm not sure I believe in the inerrant word of Doug, but I do believe that he was a very special prophet. All right, so I've got somebody in here, I think. Let's try. God, I love that name. No, thank you, buddy. Don't be silly. David, are you there?
Yo, what's up? How are you?
Hey, what's up, buddy? Are you over 18?
Sure, I'm fine. How are you, dude?
I'm all right. Are you over 18?
My age. You're asking my age. I'm
Well,
22
I'm
years
asking
old.
if you're
Yes.
over 18. Yeah, okay, cool. Are you one of the Christians?
Yes, of course I'm a Christian. I'm a proud Christian.
Yeah. Awesome, awesome. Nobody's perfect, but
So I,
anyway, which one of these topics you want to talk about today?
the first one. Why should we believe the Bible is true when it seems like it can be? Actually, I have various things I have to say about it because there has been sufficient proof that the Bible is true because of the things that's happening around the world. For example, there are wars. There are wars now. The Ukrainian war, the wars are happening over in the world. There are pandemics, like the Bible says, the pandemic of 2020, the 2020 pandemic that basically made all around the world. The thing about Israel, so Israel is talking about a lot in the Bible. Israel is talking a lot in the Bible. What's happening now? There's our war. There's conflict with Israel. There's problem with Israel. People are trying to fight Israel and everything. What else? Do you know that?
So the Bible's true because there's wars.
Yes, not only that, because
Has there
wars,
ever been a
funerals.
time when there wasn't wars?
It's not just about wars. It's because of the pandemic of 2020. It's because of the conflict with Israel. It's also because
Where
of
did the Bible predict the pandemic of 2020?
it's mentioning that in the last times there's gonna be pandemic. There's gonna be wars. There's gonna be hatred. There's gonna be people having cold hearts. People basically having less love than before. Yes, it's confirmed. And there's
Is
more.
that
There's
so?
more. There's more. Do you know that the Euphrates? Do you know that the Euphrates River is basically shrinking? The Euphrates River is basically becoming smaller and smaller. It's predicted that the Euphrates River in the end of times is gonna shrink. Do you know that?
I don't even know what you said.
The Euphrates River. The Euphrates River. Do you know that the Euphrates River
The
is
Euphrates River?
the Euphrates? Yes,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
is
What about it?
predicted in the Bible.
Yeah, yeah. What about the Euphrates?
To yes to make the end of times, and that's happening. It actually happened. So
What's
that's
happening?
even
The
more proof that the
Euphrates
Bible is
River's
real.
happening? The
Yes,
Euphrates River is
I
happening?
have seen it. Yes,
Yeah, it's been there for
it's
like
happening.
thousands of years.
Let me prove it to you. Let me prove it.
What are you proving? I'm not even sure what you're talking about.
The Euphrates River.
What?
They form an omega. The Euphrates
Colonizer, are you
it will
there?
dry up in the last days. In the last days, and it's happening right now. It's drying up.
Oh, it's not drying up.
Yes, it's drying
No,
up.
no, it's
And
not.
it's forming the omega symbol. It's forming the omega symbol.
It's not drying
It
up. There's
shows that
parts
God
of
is
it
the
that are
beginning.
running low, but that's because of management, water management, dams and stuff. It's not because the river's actually running dry.
But I will say that this is the biggest proof that the Bible is real because it's right now, like in the end of times. It literally says
All
it in
right.
the
Well,
Bible.
well, well, hold on. Let's address some actual scriptures here that we're talking about, not vague prophecies like war. There's always been wars going on. I can say there's going to be a war in 1,000 years, and I'm probably going to be right. That's nothing special about that.
Okay.
Okay. So, can you show us like where Jesus actually fulfills any prophecy, or like Jesus says something we can actually confirm that's 100%, not just a vague semblance of a prophecy?
Sure. The corruption of leaders, nation against nation. The fact that there's nation against nation right now, and so many
I
nations in the
literally
world.
just said something besides wars, and you start talking about war again.
Sure.
So, like some actual scripture, would that be okay?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm searching up. Let me go. Hold on a second.
You're what?
I'm searching for more evidence.
Oh, okay. How about like I can show you some failed prophecy? How about that?
Sure.
So if I show you a failed
According to this
prophecy,
page,
does that mean the prophecies aren't true?
prophecies. You told me.
Yeah, prophecies fail. Yeah.
Oh, I found proof. I found proof. The pool of Siloam. The pool of Siloam. It says here. It says in John 9, Jesus heals a blind man by making a mud poultice and applying it to his eyes, and then telling him to go and wash it in the pool of Siloam. Visitors to Jerusalem have long visited a 5th century Byzantine pool of Siloam that had been built by Empress Eudocia to commemorate this miracle. Wait. The site location of the pool of Siloam of Jesus' day remained a mystery until its discovery in 2004. That's proof. That's
Proof of what?
archaeological proof.
Proof of what?
Yes, the pool of Siloam, excavated in 2005 and 2006. You can search it up.
Okay. So can you show us a prophecy that comes true?
Prophecies. Sure.
Yeah, a specific prophecy, not just one about a war that says there's going to be a war. I'm talking about actual prophecy. For example, like in Jeremiah 33, it says, "The throne of David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitic priests shall never lack a man in my presence to make burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time." So, are there still Levitic sacrifices and a man sitting on the throne of David right now?
In the throne for today, I don't know.
The answer is no.
No.
Yeah, so there's a failed prophecy.
I'm searching for it. I'm doing more investigations.
What are you looking for?
Oh, what about the river of blood? What about the blood river or the blood something about blood? You know, like a river or
Something about
ocean.
blood?
Yes, a river or ocean becoming blood. I've seen it. It's in videos.
Yeah. You seen a river of blood? Yeah, just a second there, David. Just one moment there. Other person, I don't know what your name is. What is that? Bunny something? Bunny, are you there?
But Bunny, yeah.
Hey, are you over 18?
Yes.
Awesome. Are you one of the Christians?
Yes.
Cool. Well, thanks for coming up, David. I don't know, I can barely understand you, but anyway, so which one of these topics you want to talk about with us, Bunny?
I just wanted to kind of just pile drive through all of them, but yeah, one of them would be all right too.
Yeah, go for it. Which one you want?
I actually want to just do the first or fourth one second if possible. But yeah, first, why should we believe that the Bible is true and it seems like it can't be? Right?
Right.
Right. So
So did something prove the Bible true to you?
well, the thing is, the Bible has a lot of what's that word? That's a C, controversial. Because it's been proven right in some instances, and others it requires faith.
What do you mean by it requires faith? That it's not true, but you should believe it anyway?
No, I'm not saying it. I'm saying that one portion of the Bible has been proven true, and the other is not that it's been proven false, but it just requires faith to believe it's true. So it's just not been proven false yet, and it will never be.
Oh, I can prove it's false.
Right. If you have an
That's
example,
why I
that'd
left
be
the
the
faith.
most that'd be the most convenient if you had an example. But I had my own. But we can go with yours.
Yeah, well, I mean, whatever. I mean, I'll talk to you for a while as long as you're being cool and you got a while to talk. But, so here's my problems. You go to the New Testament, and the New Testament don't seem to know what it's talking about when it comes to the Old Testament. It says a whole bunch of things that the Old Testament don't say. And Jesus in the New Testament, like if you start reading Matthew, there's problems right off the bat. Chapter 1, it gives a bogus God dang it, disconnected. Well, at least he didn't say there's going to be wars. Just come back up if you dropped on accident or something. Shit. Damn. Anyway, welcome back, everybody. I am back, and I had to take off yesterday because my wife and I were quite ill. I had the most miserable day ever on Saturday, man. It was a horrible, horrible day of work. And Sunday I felt like shit all day, and today I still don't feel that great, but I feel 1,000 times better than I did, so I'm raring to go. I have a crack on my lip that, god damn, that shit hurts. Man, it's fucking hurting. I prayed to heal it, but still waiting at the moment. Alright, let's try. So if y'all don't mind praying for me, if somebody can heal my lip up during this live, that would be great evidence for God. It would be awesome. Let's see. I don't know what that name is there. Jay, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? Are you over 18?
Yeah. Well, I am 18.
Cool. Are you one of the Christians?
Yeah.
Awesome. So which one of these topics you want to talk about today?
Let's see. So I'm curious on, like, so you're an atheist, right? Or are you just talking about this? Okay. I guess I would say God doesn't condone slavery necessarily and evil. That's just because God has allowed free will on this earth. Christians have used the Bible in ways like that. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I was just telling somebody thanks for the gift there with my hands. I didn't actually say anything. So, do you know what condone means?
No, you tell me. Honestly, I can have an idea.
It means to permit or allow. It means
Yeah.
permit or allow. So, like, just for example, like if my kids were doing something really bad or dangerous, and I could have stopped them, but I didn't, it mean I was condoning that behavior because I didn't intervene in the bad behavior, right?
Mhm.
So with that said, in the Bible, God definitely condones slavery. He commands it in some cases. Like in Leviticus 25, it explicitly says you can own people as property. In Exodus 21, it says you can sell your daughter as a slave. In the rules of warfare in Deuteronomy 20, he literally commands that if somebody surrenders to you peacefully, then you are to make that entire nation a slave. And if they don't, you're to put all the males to the sword, and then you can take the women and the children as slaves. But these are commands from God. So I would say he definitely does condone slavery. Oh, let's take up there. Thank you so much, Error. I appreciate you, buddy. Jay, you're teacupped if you're looking at something or something there. Oh, there's one.
Say what?
Hey, yeah, did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, just respond to that, I guess, the condoning the slavery parts.
Let's see. Well, yeah. I mean, that's part of the culture too. Back, like, I'm not saying he permitting it, but it's
I'm
like,
sorry, I was laughing at somebody on the screen there. Dr. Josh, it cracked me up right in the middle of sorry. Dr. Josh, please don't say funny shit while I'm in the middle of a conversation, please. Sorry. All right, sorry, Jay. My bad. Go ahead, man.
So God, he doesn't necessarily condone it. It was part of a thing that, like, the people who wrote the Bible, were inspired by God, right? And he allows free will. And that's those people during the 1800s that like brought over African Americans and sold them and used them as slaves. And same with the Holocaust and everything. Like he could do something, but I mean, I don't know why he doesn't do something, but
Well,
he's
if he
allowed
has the
free will.
ability to do something and he doesn't, that would make it pretty messed up, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, but that kind of goes against what he's for, right? He could have said in Genesis, whenever Adam and Eve ate the fruit, he could have stopped them and it stopped evil from entering the world, right? But he
He sure
allowed
could
that
have.
choice, that free will, right?
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
So, in the antebellum South, one of the speeches that the president of the Confederacy gave said that slavery is a God-given right, and he read off a chapter from Leviticus 25. And this is what he read right here. It says, "As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness." So if that's not clearly saying you can acquire male and female slaves from the aliens who are with you and from the nations around you, then I guess I just read it wrong. But that seems to be God clearly saying you can acquire male and female slaves.
Okay. I guess in that context, he doesn't say like, I guess he does, he's allowing that, but the choices that the people made to treat them poorly and unfairly was not God's choice. And God doesn't intervene because
Well, how
I
come
don't know
God
why,
doesn't
but he
forbid
allows.
it then? When God doesn't like things, he forbids them.
Well, not necessarily.
Well, what's something that God
Because
doesn't
again,
like,
it's the whole
but
thing
he
about
doesn't forbid in law?
no, I mean wait, sorry, repeat that.
Is there anything that God doesn't like that he doesn't forbid in law? Like he doesn't like murder or adultery. He says if you do those, you die. God don't allow
Yeah, those
people
are
from
the
picking up sticks on the Sabbath, man.
I think you're looking
So, man,
at
if he don't like something, he
Mosaic
says
law.
don't do that. Yeah.
This is Exodus, right? Exodus, Deuteronomy,
This is Leviticus, but yeah, all
Leviticus,
those
yeah.
do too. Yeah, yeah,
That's
they all got
Mosaic
stuff
law.
about how slavery is great in the eyes of God.
Yeah, that's why I look more towards the Gospels, because like especially with the Pharisees, they only pick and chose the Mosaic law, and they didn't actually genuinely do what Jesus was teaching, right? Whenever someone asked him in Matthew what the two most important commandments were, he said, love God with all your heart, soul, and mind, and love your neighbor as yourself.
Right.
And plus, like, if you're looking towards the Gospels, and I mean, Jesus is a historical figure, right?
Maybe.
If you can believe Socrates existed, and Abraham Lincoln, well, I guess Abraham Lincoln's more proof of his existence, but anyone like Julius Caesar, those people, then you can believe that Jesus existed because there's people who were eyewitnesses of him. Even the Romans, who weren't even followers of him, wrote about a man who died on the cross, rose 3 days later, and that got crucified.
Okay. Well, it's kind of funny that you brought up Jesus and the Pharisees there. Do you know why he chastised the Pharisees in Mark chapter 7 and Matthew chapter 15? In regards to the law, do you know what he told them?
He said that, I mean, are you thinking of something specific?
Yeah, I thought that's what she was talking
What is
about. Jesus chastised the Pharisees for not putting their disobedient children to unalignment as per the law of Moses.
Yeah,
So he was chastising them for not following the law and putting their children to death.
if do you mind if I ask him, because I want to make sure I steel man his position. So you're saying that when Jesus said like the two greatest commandments are love your neighbor as yourself and love the Lord your God. So you're saying that like he didn't want them following the Mosaic law. He wanted them following like what he was saying. Is that what you're saying?
I guess like there are certain parts like he's saying you don't necessarily. I know like with fasting, for example, is something that's like always mentioned and brought up, and he even said like to the his Pharisees and the disciples not to do it like the Pharisees do. Don't fast and look all like. Don't do it for attention, right? Do it genuinely. You don't have to fast to be, a follower of Christ, right? And I guess you have to take into consideration both of Jesus's teachings and the Mosaic Law, because it is something, and yeah, that's.
I guess sorry, so that I'm clear about my
You're good.
question. I'm confused as to, because those are from the Mosaic Law. Like Jesus is quoting the Mosaic Law when he says those two commands.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Like love the Lord your God is from Deuteronomy, right? And love your neighbor as yourself is from Leviticus 19. So it seems like there isn't this big distinction between the Mosaic Law and what Jesus is saying there, because it's part of the Mosaic Law.
If you love God, keep the law. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
The downside is the law condones slavery. It says to set priest daughters who have sex for money on fire. Like endorses bodily mutilation for crimes. Like this isn't good stuff. But if you want to get to God according to Jesus and God, you have to keep these laws.
Is it endorsing it, or is it speaking of it in the Bible? Like, is it saying God? Is God
it's an endorsement saying, and like it's saying you have to do this? It's not just an endorsement; it's a command.
Yeah, I think. Can you tell me the scripture?
Well, yeah, sorry. I guess I'm confused by that question. So, in your mind, would it be essentially or meaningfully better or different if God said, listen, I'm not commanding you to murder your neighbor on every other Thursday, but if you want to do it, that's okay, I'll allow it. Is that like meaningfully better?
He's not like this. This is the whole thing. It's like he's not condoning it. Like he hated the way that we treated the African Americans, the Native Americans.
I hate to be that guy, but can you just focus with me for a second? So, I mean, you don't think that you could, like, we couldn't open up the Bible in the Mosaic Law and read something that says you don't have to murder your neighbor every other Thursday, but you can, and I'm okay with that. Like, we couldn't read that, right?
No, I mean,
why?
Are you asking if God thinks it's okay?
No, I'm asking why. Why do you know? Why would you be very confident, even if you don't have the entire Pentateuch memorized? Why are you very confident that we won't read that there?
We won't what?
We won't read that law there that you may murder your neighbor. You don't have to, but you may.
Wait, because it says thou shalt not kill in the 10 Commandments. So why would it say like if you do, then it's okay? I mean,
right. So what I'm saying is like God is not like there's not a meaningful distinction. Like it wouldn't be significant to you in other words, if you opened up Deuteronomy 42, there isn't one, but and it said, and I were to point it out and say, look, it says here, you may murder your neighbor, you wouldn't say back to me, yeah, but I mean, like, God's not saying that you have to murder your neighbor. It's saying that you may do that. Right? That wouldn't be logical for you to say, right? Because that would be sort of a silly. Right? So I guess my question is, it sounds like you've said a couple of times when 8 points out, look, here the law says you may do the social institution of slavery, you may keep people as chattel slaves, that your response has been twice. Hang on just 1 second, sweetheart. It sounds like your response has been, yeah, but God's not saying that they have to do it, right? He's allowing them to do it. And is that meaningful to you?
Well, okay, yeah, okay. Now I'm starting to understand what you're saying. So, and yes, no, I didn't. I guess no, it's not. Like I guess if he does, okay, but building off of this, right, or kind of branching off. I'm not like this is building up to something, right? Why would slavery be bad? I'm just curious what you think, right? Either the host or whatever, Joshua. Why is it bad?
So that's a question that I will entertain as much as I will entertain someone asking me, why is graping someone bad? Right. And the short answer is I won't entertain that, right? Because I think that's sort of a it feels like a really silly question, right? Unless we're in a philosophy of ethics discussion amongst specialists, I feel like that's sort of a silly question. Like you wouldn't ask me, why is graping someone bad, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
so I
is it
put it in the
necessarily
same
bad to have
classes.
servants,
do you? I should make
Sorry?
sure you don't think it's okay first. You don't think it's okay, do you? You're not okay with slavery, right?
No, I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm okay with
Could you
slavery.
So we
could you
all
point?
agree it's bad then.
Yeah, could you point to the book chapter verse where God is against slavery? Like if you derive your morals from God, like could you point it out for us?
No, I couldn't. But just like I couldn't say
Because it's not
where
there.
God
Yeah,
mentions.
correct answer.
I couldn't point out like in the Bible where God says to Hitler, "Hey, do not burn thousands of Jews in gas chambers." I couldn't point in the Bible and say, "Don't burn that. Don't cause that little girl."
Why do we have
right?
to go there? We were talking about chattel slavery at that point, and so
Because
like
it's evil.
okay.
Why does God
It's both evil. It's
if you define evil in terms of God and what God says, then it seems like you would need to find somewhere in God's book or a statement by God that says, "Hey, don't own somebody as a slave." Right? I mean, that I feel like I'm being very logical about this. Is that not the case?
so whenever he's speaking of this, right? There's a difference between slavery and having servants, right? If you're having someone that works for you, does something for you,
Dr. Josh.
you're either paying them with money or food. At least during that time period, it was usually with money, food, place to stay.
And how do you know that?
How do I know what?
Sorry, it sounded like, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounded like you were saying that during that time, when it says like slave, it means like servant, which is like somebody that they're paying money to do a job.
Yeah, someone is like...
That's what I'm asking. How do you know that?
Because there's a story in the Bible where there's been stories where the servants that work for either kings or people, they have a place to stay, right? They work in the farms or they serve him, right? He has a place to sleep there. He doesn't have to go back home. I mean, they give him food, right? Or money because, you have to be able to live, right?
Wait, just so that I understand what you're saying.
You don't get anything out of this.
So the money part is what I'm focusing in on.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Slaves in the antebellum South had a place to stay and were given food. Certainly you don't think that they were just like servants.
I thought you're still talking about like slavery or servants.
So
like
yeah,
in the
they're
Bible in
both
that
the
time
same
period.
thing. We're definitely talking about the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, when I say
Well,
slave, just so that it's clear, when I say slave, I mean someone who is owned as property.
yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah.
So that like by definition, slaves are not paid money.
Slaves in the antebellum South, like you said, aren't.
Slaves, period,
But servants
are
in
not
the
paid money.
Bible.
Well, that's what I'm asking you, right? You're saying the word eved, the Hebrew word eved in the Bible, or what if you're referring to like the doulos in the Greek, you're saying that means that they're paid money. They're like a hired person, and that's what I'm asking you to demonstrate.
I'm so sorry. I didn't understand what you just said. You just were cutting out
yeah,
or
no,
something.
sorry. It sounds like what you're saying is that when we read in Leviticus 25 or Exodus 21 or Deuteronomy 15, where it says, as for your slaves, whatever, X, Y, and Z, that what that means when the word slaves, when we're translating it that way, what that actually means is not like what we're thinking about in the antebellum South, but instead, this is like a servant. It's like somebody that's paid money to do a job. That's what it sounded like you were saying. Did I hear you correctly?
Like they're serving, just like if I were to go work for Zaxby's, right? I'm applying a service, right? I'm a servant
Right.
to them,
So that's what I'm
and
asking you to justify.
I'm getting a
though. Like,
benefit out of it.
right. But I want you to justify that. Like, I want you to show me how you know that when it says, as for your male and female slaves whom you may have, you may, purchase them from the nations around you, that what that's talking about is a hired worker. That's what I'm asking you. How do you know that's a hired worker, somebody that's paid?
I'm sorry, can you point to me where it says that? I just want to look at it.
Oh, Leviticus 25, 44 to 46.
I'd pay particular attention to what is it? I think it's 46.
You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. So they're property you pass to your children.
It's weird they use that word possession. Like, it's like an object or movable property. There's got to be a word for that, right?
I think it's
I've heard
chattel.
it both ways.
Chattel. If I'm not mistaken. That's chattel slavery, yeah.
Oh shit! Would they have an antebellum South? Was that chattel slavery? I feel like chattel slavery feels right for that.
I don't know. I kind of feel like that was indentured servitude. Ain't that what that was? Oh,
I
no,
mean,
wait.
they did get
Couldn't have been
did
that.
get
That don't make any
food.
sense.
Like they got 3 squares a day, right? I mean, they had
True,
houses
true,
to
yeah.
sleep in and everything. I guess it was like the good kind of slavery.
I would so sing right now if my lip did hurt so bad.
In this
Good.
back condoning slavery, right? From what slavery was during what AD, right? Or BCE or whatever.
It's the good kind of slavery. It's the good kind of slavery.
The kind of slavery where you can only beat your slave as long as they don't die within a couple of days. It's the good
Can you guys
kind
still
of
hear me?
slavery.
Whenever you
Yeah,
leave
you
the
take up
app, we can't hear you anymore.
Okay. It's kind of like, so that was a foreign social structure, right, in the Middle East, and
And it was God's structure.
and it emphasizes that Israelites rule over anybody with rigor, right? So it's not saying that like in context of like, hey, you can own this person as property, you can treat them poorly, right? It was kind of like how it was, right, back in that time period, right?
What
People
what
would inherit land they would serve. It was
What
kind of like the
translation
caste
are you
system.
reading? Are you reading some kind of Christian nationalist whitewashing of history here? It literally says that they are your possession. They are your property. Like, I don't know what kind of Donald Trump fucking Bible you're reading, but they were property. They were owned as property. That's chattel. Sorry to
This Bible's
introduce
the
like big
KJV, by
words.
the way.
Well, I mean, I'm reading the Bible. I'm not really.
No, you're
It's
not.
like it's
That's what
Everything
we're
that you
reading.
just said was not in the Bible. None of that was in the Bible.
what? How is it not? Yeah, that's
But okay,
what I said about the caste system.
so here's how it's
That's
not in the Bible,
history.
okay?
That's not
No,
the Bible.
here's
That's
how
just
it's not in the
history.
Bible. You said that Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 does not classify them as property, when it literally does classify them as property. So if you're reading that from something, it's not the Bible.
Yeah, like, I mean, you're
When
saying.
did I say it? I didn't say that they couldn't be. That I didn't say that. I was saying in the context of, historically wise, that was the system, right? I mean, do I think that people should be owned as property? No, I don't.
Why do you disagree with God?
But that
Wait, I'm
see
kidding.
the
Hold on.
social
Sorry,
the
JC.
social
Look,
structures have changed.
right, but I don't understand that argument. So, like, if I were making a pro-slavery argument in the antebellum South, and I said, yeah, but it's part of the social structure, right? Like, you wouldn't say, oh, well, I mean, it's part of the social structure or it's part of the economy. It must be okay. Like that, you wouldn't say that, right?
Yeah, and so let me ask you this: if they were to use a different word, right? If they were to say you can, actually, never mind. Never mind. That's gonna be something that doesn't make any sense.
Avoided that rake.
So the reason
job.
that it's bad, right, from what I'm getting from you guys, is because you're saying it's not good for them to say that they can own them as property, right? That's when it says in Exodus, right? That's what you're saying. That's not.
Well, no, I mean, do you want me to make a secular humanist argument as to why slavery's bad? Is that what you're wanting here? Or, like, can you maybe justify your position of disavowing slavery using the Bible? Like, I mean, because that's what you're saying here is that God doesn't like slavery, but and since you base your morals in that, it seems like you're the one that has to kind of explain this, not us.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm out in the middle of nowhere, so
Could you just tell us, like, if slavery's bad, then why in the world is God clearly allowing this to happen?
why is he allowing it to happen?
Yeah.
That's free will.
He's condoning chattel slavery. Condoning is permitting and allowing. He's condoning the slavery, that's for sure. Well, it's not free will. He tells people they can't eat shellfish or wear mixed fabrics. Why doesn't he say you can't own people as property? Which he clearly is capable of if you know where to look.
Yeah, I mean it is though. Like, if you're saying he's allowing it to happen, right? But in the context of then, right? Slavery wasn't like something that it wasn't like what it was in the antebellum South.
No, okay.
That's not what
so
it was.
so that's just simply not true. For one, for two, I still haven't heard where God somehow doesn't like slavery. So hold on, I should ask this first. Sorry, I need to get a handle on your theology here. Do you think that God is omnibenevolent?
I don't know what that means, if I'm being completely honest.
Is God good all the
All
time, and
good.
all the time God's good?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. Does he know everything? Is he omniscient?
Yeah,
Okay. Is he omnipotent, meaning is he all powerful?
all powerful. I mean, he does have power. Yeah, so I guess he's got a great will of power. So I mean, he created the universe. So I mean,
Right. And I'm,
at least
guessing
from my view,
is there anything God can't do that is logically possible?
he can't do. I don't think so. Nothing that I've.
Okay, good. I'm glad that
seen.
you've established this because, and tell me where I get this wrong. Okay, since God is omnibenevolent and slavery is wholly immoral, then He shouldn't have allowed it. He should have had the foresight to know that this was going to, like, this was definitely like an evil to command and allow in His society. And He had the power to change it. He had the power to command something else in order so that the Israelites didn't enact slavery in their land, which would actually make them an outlier at this point in time. Now, considering that God definitely expects the Israelites to follow His commands to the point where He actually punishes them later in the Old Testament for not following His commands, He definitely has an expectation for them to follow this thing. So you can't use the whole He was working within what they would accept, because He commands a number of things that they regularly don't do, but yet He expects them to do that. So it seems to me like you're stepping on a giant rake right in front of you here, because all of this means that God should have outlawed it, but He didn't, meaning that, I mean, obviously, I feel like this means that He can't exist. Like your version of God can't exist.
He's omni-impossible.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I can prove it right now that God, if God did not condone slavery, He would not allow it. Because if you just read right above where we was just a minute ago, it says, if in verse 39 in Leviticus 25, it says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. So God clearly doesn't like making other male, at least in Leviticus, He doesn't like making other male Hebrew Israelites into slaves. He clearly don't like that, and He clearly condemns that. He says, you shall not make them serve as slaves. So if God didn't like slavery, why wouldn't He extend that to everyone and say, don't own anybody as property? Don't make anybody serve as a slave.
And I know that you don't like see this the same way as me, but like I said, it's that God allowed a choice, right? At the beginning, Adam and Eve had that choice, right? That free will in order to disobey, right? To do against what He said, right? God could do something, but that's His will, right? I don't know why He doesn't do something.
Wait,
but He allows that. He does. Well, I don't know why He doesn't interfere, right? But He allows that choice, that free will, to be able to do those things.
Hold on, I got a question about that. I don't mean to derail this. I got a question about that. So, did Adam and Eve know the difference between good and evil before eating from the tree?
That's a good question. The
answer's no.
I'm not sure.
Can
I mean, I guess
knowledge of good and evil without eating the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil.
The answer's no.
Because but they did. They didn't, but like also, they knew what God commanded them what to do. Right? They said, "Don't eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil."
Yeah, but did they know that it was bad to disobey God?
I mean, yeah.
Oh, so they had knowledge of good and evil.
Not at the moment, but they knew they wouldn't. They weren't supposed to, right?
Oh, not at the moment. Yeah.
Right. I mean,
right.
It's kind of like that post-nut clarity.
The what?
That post-nut clarity. You ever heard of that?
What? I've heard of it. I don't know what it is though. I don't know if we can explain what that is on the live, but
it's when you thought it was a good idea until you busted the nut, then you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, you come to your senses.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Anyways, so no, but I feel like that's what you described about eating the apple. It's like Eve ate the apple, and then it's like, oh shit, what did I do? Because she was immediately inundated with the knowledge of good and evil, so she didn't actually know beforehand that it was bad to disobey God, right?
Oh my gosh, leave the heaven is funny. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's right. I guess you're correct in that sense. But
So let
I
me
feel like
ask.
you
No,
realize
that-
there's a
Can I
whole
give you a
bunch of
hypothetical?
problems with this.
Can I give
I'm
you a
sorry?
hypothetical real quick there? I don't know how to pronounce
Sure.
your name.
What?
Okay, let's say, or you're not a dad yet, but let's say you're a dad, and you got a kid. He doesn't know right from
Yeah.
wrong. He doesn't know that he should obey you or whatnot, right? He's curious. And let's say that you put a space heater right in the middle of the floor, right? And you let your toddler go in the room. Let's say you put the space heater in the middle of their pen, right? And you just let them go. And they go up there and they touch the space heater and it burns them. Who's at fault here? Is it the baby's fault or is it your fault for doing it?
It would be my fault because
Okay, now transpose that to the Garden of Eden with the tree, right? Whose fault is it?
yeah, it's Adam and Eve because God specifically
Jesus
said,
Christ!
No. Yeah. Damn. I totally thought
stepped on that rake. Shit!
Yikes.
You didn't step on it. You stomped on that rake. Listen,
no,
Jay, you know
because
there was two
Jesus,
trees in the garden,
no, sorry,
right?
not Jesus. God specifically said because they were at the moment where they could know what to do, right? But
No.
God said you can eat from wherever, but do not eat from the tree of knowledge of good.
Okay, yeah, in the hypothetical, I
So they
told
knew
the
not to eat
baby,
it.
"Hey, don't touch this." In the hypothetical, I said, "Hey, baby,
Yeah,
don't
but you
touch
didn't mention
this."
that in the hypothetical.
No, okay, fine. Inserted in the hypothetical, the baby still goes and touches it.
Okay.
Like
Then it's
you
the
can't
baby's fault.
expect like a baby that's like learning how to walk or crawl or something like that to really be able to comprehend that they should do what you tell them to do, right? So the baby goes and touches the thing, gets burned, and you understand that it's your fault for putting the space heater in the middle of the pen, right? Just like it's God's fault for putting the tree in an easily accessible place where he knew, because he's all knowing, right? He knows everything, past, present, and future. He knew that she would eat it, right? So kind of seems like maybe he, divinely set this up to, have humans take the fall for it and do a whole guilt trip thing. Don't you think? What's the difference between
No,
my
I wouldn't
hypothetical
think
and the
that.
Garden of Eden?
Because in your hypothetical, right, if they were able to comprehend, right, a baby, right, a baby obviously it can't really understand languages yet, right?
We'll
But
make it a 10-year-old.
Adam and Eve are a 10-year-old, yeah. A 10-year-old would understand if I said, hey, don't pick up that knife. Hey, don't touch that hot heater, right? And if they
A
wouldn't touch
10-year-old's past the age of reason, though.
Yeah, but they
Past the
haven't
age of
the
reason.
knowledge yet.
Meaning past the age of reason. What do you mean? Meaning like past the age of reason?
I was just saying a 10-year-old knows a lot more than a baby, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, because they can understand.
Right.
Would you say that Adam and Eve were closer to like a newborn baby or a 10-year-old child?
A 10-year-old child, probably.
So the newly formed humans that had no knowledge of good, bad, right, or wrong is more closely related to a 10-year-old child than a toddler that was just born.
Yeah, because when God created them, he gave them that, right? Whenever
What?
he spoke to them.
No, he gave them what? He didn't give them shit. Like he secluded the knowledge of good and evil off into a tree. He like embodied it like a fucking Horcrux.
It's actually worse than that.
Well, before like they ate from that, all there was good, right? There wasn't evil. But whenever they chose to sin against God and do against what he said to do,
How did they
right?
know it was?
That's when that.
How did they know that it was bad?
What do you mean? It's because I mean, God said, "Hey, don't do this," and then
Right.
they did it.
Just like I told the baby, don't touch that, and the baby still went and touched it.
Well, yeah, because does the baby understand English at this point? Does it understand?
I don't really
touch
think that
means?
matters. Like for this particular hypothetical here, it
Because
doesn't.
Adam and Eve were able to understand commandments, right?
But they
if you're
weren't.
able to-
But they weren't able to understand that it was bad to disobey God. That's the point.
And it's actually even worse than that,
Yeah.
because the tree of knowledge wasn't even the only tree in the garden. There was also this tree called the tree of life, and that one was heavily guarded. You couldn't get anywhere near it. So if God didn't want them eating the fruit of the knowledge, why didn't he guard that one as well? He just left it wide open.
I mean, yeah, because he allows for that choice, right? I mean,
Why didn't he allow them the choice to eat from the tree of life then? He had it guarded.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
Doesn't make any sense, does it?
not necessarily. I mean, like I've been saying, I feel like this isn't really like that choice, right? They might have not known that it was evil, right? To sin against, to not do what God said, right? But like, there's a fact of like, hey, he said don't do it, right? So I shouldn't do it. But if I did it,
No.
oh
See,
wait,
stop
now
right
I know
there.
I shouldn't have done that.
Hold on. Stop right there. Everything after I shouldn't do it. How can you support that if they have no like understanding of good and bad? Like, to be able to make that kind of judgment, you would have to know it's bad to do this thing, so I shouldn't do it. But they had no mechanism to fill in that I know this is bad part, right? There's no justification for that.
Well, it wasn't necessarily, hey, this is bad. It was, hey, God told me not to do this, so I'm not going to do that because that's what he said.
No. But see, it's that part right there after you say God said not to do this, and then what's your justification for her conclusion that, oh, I shouldn't do this?
Because God said they would die. I'm sorry. They
No,
said, oh my gosh.
No, that's not. No, so you're not actually supporting like her having the knowledge that it was bad to do this thing, or that it was bad for her to die. Even like even that bit of knowledge would be foreign to her. She wouldn't understand that, right? It would be like you're talking a foreign language to somebody, and it's like, yeah, you're gonna die if you do that. Oh, really? That sounds fun. Like, I mean, that's exactly how it would be.
Yeah. And it's not necessarily if it's good, right? They're evil. Like, that's not them understanding, right? If my mom says, hey, don't stick your hand in the garbage because I just stuck a can in there, how am I not going to know it's bad or good, right? My mom just said not to do it.
You're an adult person who's been taught right and wrong. You understand that already. We're talking about a magical fucking situation where right and wrong don't exist yet.
Well, yeah. Well, let's say that I was the toddler, right? How am I going to know? Well, I don't know what a can is, right? I don't know, like,
exactly.
that
How you
gonna be
fucking gonna know? How are you gonna know to not do something?
Yeah, you don't leave sharp
Because someone told me not to do it.
objects around babies.
It's not me.
That's the point.
You know,
It's
you
not me
must have been
knowing good for
the
me.
most well-behaved toddler in the existence of toddlers. Like the way that you describe toddlers acting.
Well, no, I'm not. That doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. Like, I'm
yeah,
not saying that, like,
when my son was a toddler, I told him not to do something, and he was like, "Oh yeah, Dad. Oh yeah, what you gonna do about it?" And he went and did it anyways.
so whose fault is that then? Is it your fault or his? Your
No,
child's?
I
Because
told him,
you
and then I
not
would
to-
stop him. Like, no, I would stop him from doing whatever. Like, I would stop him if I put it. If I was in the situation, the hypothetical earlier, where there was a space heater, and I was like, "Go on ahead, go do it." Yeah, that would be my fault, just like it's God's fault.
Yeah, but God didn't say, "Hey, go eat from this tree." He said, "Don't eat from this tree."
No, yeah, and I would do the same thing. Hey, don't touch this, and then the baby would start walking over there, and I would just watch the baby do it. I'm literally sitting there watching the baby about to hurt itself, right? And I would be watching the baby do it, and I'd be like, "You're gonna regret it." And then the baby does it, and it's like, I'm the one at fault for not stopping him. I'm the one at fault for not preventing it because the baby doesn't know better yet. Right?
Yeah, but that's the difference between you and God, is because God allowed that choice, that free will.
Yeah, God's a
them to do
shitty
that.
fucking parent, right? That's horrible to do. Would you watch your
all he
toddler
had to
touch
do
a
was
space
guard all the
heater?
trees. That's it.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let's say, right, you're 18, right, and you wanted to get a tattoo, but your parents don't want you to, right? It's like,
You're a
is
fucking
it right
adult.
for you to exactly, like,
Yeah,
is it
come to
right for
Alabama,
your
it's
parents?
legal.
Why are we comparing an 18-year-old person to a fucking toddler right now?
Because it's still humans, right? It's like, it's
You
that
got
choice.
a toddler either way, man. If they didn't have
It's
the
the
mental
parent.
capacity to know what is good and evil, you're still
Yeah.
talking about a toddler, no matter how old they are. It doesn't matter if they was 900 or 1,000 years old. If they hadn't ate that fruit yet, they had no knowledge of what they were doing.
Yeah, they didn't. But
Exactly.
they didn't know that God said not to eat it.
This is what brain rot looks like, I feel. I mean, I
'Cause like you said,
mean this in a genuine way.
God could have interfered, but he's allowing them to make that choice, right? Because
right,
like if
Yeah,
you
but
said,
he's not with the other trees. Like, it's an obvious setup. He left this tree
it's
unguarded
not,
and
there
guarded
wasn't
all
just
the
like
other
two
ones.
trees.
no,
There
hold
wasn't
on.
just two
was.
trees. There's plenty of fruit in that garden. There's a garden. Like, it's not like,
There's magic. I'm talking about magic trees. We're talking about the magical ones. I mean, it's
Okay.
mythology, so we're talking about magic trees here. That's
Also,
what I'm saying.
I-
Why in the world would you? Why would you put two space heaters in the floor with the baby, heavily guard one, and just say, "Well, this one over here, you can don't go near that one." Like, that makes no sense.
all right, I'm sorry, bro. Mom, I gotta go. My girlfriend's calling me.
Oh,
I might come back
Alright.
in a little bit, but I'll see you. Good talking to you.
yeah. have a
Good to
good
get different perspectives, right? I'll probably be a little bit more
totally.
prepared next time.
Yeah, do
I
that,
hope so.
please.
All right, see you.
Right. Have a good one, buddy. I'll drop you back there. Man,
That was difficult.
Yeah, he had clearly not encountered some of those problems before.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I derailed that chattel slavery conversation to deal with the whole original sin deal, but it kind of seemed like he was building his entire excuse for allowing slavery off of the whole original sin idea.
Right. Yeah, it always comes down to free will, it seems like. But I don't even think you can make a good argument for that when God's guarding all the trees but the one. Like, that free will. Sorry, I was getting phone calls there. Well, let's see. I don't know if anybody. But the Dow's the Dow's over 50K though.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
know God
God.
is like real shitty, but the Dow's up over 50,000. How can you really?
Talking about the stock market currently? Is that what we're doing?
We're making fun of Pam Bondi and her idiocy.
Oh. I think
Is that
people should
Mac?
just do whatever the hell they want at this point. Do what you can to make it worse. Like, just put your foot on the gas pedal, man. I'm sorry. I used to be a person who was like, I want to make things better. I realized that most humans, and look, man, humanity's evil at this point, and I'm going to explain why I say that. There's two types of evil, in my opinion. There's the malevolent people that own these systems, run these systems, create these systems, and will literally extract human suffering so that they can live like a god. And then you have the people that have been conditioned to it, that are complacent to it, that do evil without even knowing they do it. And I have more compassion for the people that have been programmed, but I'm just tired of it. Nobody will stand up. Nobody will do anything. And we just need to accelerate everything and just be done. Let's end the human experiment. Humans are trash
because
at this
people are
point.
scared.
I'm sorry?
That's because people are scared to stand up for what is
right.
right.
If
One
we
second,
stood
Ryan.
up, there would be no reason to be
guys.
scared.
Fellas, fellas, hold on a second.
Sorry,
1
sorry.
minute.
Yep.
I
Go
didn't
ahead.
confirm. I
Finish
didn't
what you were
introduce
saying.
either
Sorry,
one
I
of
didn't
you.
mean to
Actually,
interrupt.
Gotcha.
that's all right. Source, you're over 18, ain't you?
I'm 49,
Me?
man.
Yes.
All right, Ryan, you're over 18.
Yes, sir. 31.
You're a Christian.
Was.
Was a Christian. Okay. Well, we're just looking to debate Christians at the moment.
All
Okay.
right. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, you too, buddy.
I got a question. And this is something you can ask Christians. Their religion has been around for around 2,000 years. Has anything on this planet in that 2,000 years gotten better? It's actually gotten worse. Doesn't really hold up to their God being all loving, all kind, and all forgiving now, does it?
No. Sure doesn't.
I think if you want to kind of debate with Christians, though, I'll give you a couple tools to do that with. Number one, you should have them look at the Nag Hammadi library and also bring up the fact that the Marcionite Bible was the first Bible, and the only reason that you have a Bible that you have today is because the Marcionites were actually more popular, and they needed to have something that directly went against the Marcionite Bible. And the Marcionite Bible essentially is a Gnostic Bible, which looks at the Old Testament God and calls him the demiurge, and essentially states exactly what we know, that you can't be an all-loving, all-forgiving God like in the Bible, and then have things like, I'm going to wipe out humanity through a flood, or I'm going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. Well, what happened to that infinite love and compassion, my friend? I'm a parent.
I hear you, buddy.
I'm a parent, and if my child does wrong, what do? I correct my child. It's my job to correct them and to reorient them and
Absolutely.
realign them. It's not my job to throw the kid
out.
out.
We're just looking to talk to Christians, though, man.
You know, I gotta say, this is my first time ever debating Christians, and so I'm so glad he came up and gave us the toolbox to do it.
The Nag Hammadi, though, it's a great resource Christians have never heard of. Oops. I thought I had one. Never mind. Anyway, Christians, if you are a Christian and you want to come on up, please do. The box is wide open right now. Oh, we got the godless engineer hanging out. Excuse me. Ooh, his awesome wife Casey is hanging out in the comments too. Good morning. Good morning. Anyway, come on up if you are a Christian and you are capable of a adult conversation. We would love to talk to you. The the old algorithm is moving pretty good right now, so we should get somebody here. Shouldn't take too long, I wouldn't think. There was a bunch of people in the queue. 2 of them wasn't actually Christians, though. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, a bit. Oh yeah, since we got some folks in here at the moment too, my new I made it to 100 days in a row Saturday, and then I had to take a sick day yesterday. So what I'm going to do here on out is I'm going to do minimum Monday through Friday, I think, at least aim for that. And also Sundays, kind of leave them up, but I'm going to do at least 5 or 6 days a week. So we're probably not going to roll on every single day for a whole year. Nothing that's crazy.
Yeah. So Lathe, Jizz Lord. So Lathe in the comments is like, what's happening in October? Well, so my wife and I, Casey, we formed Rocket City Reason. You can go to rocketcityreason.com. We've got a conference that's going on that's going to be filled with like online content creators and even some more traditional organizational leaders that are going to be there. And it's just going to be a great time. It's in Huntsville, Alabama. That's North Alabama, right next to the Space and Rocket Center. And we're going to have a great time. We've got an Alabama barbecue on Friday night. We've got a drag show that night too. And we got a day full of panels and speakers. And then we're going to tour the Space and Rocket Center. But we also have on Saturday night, we're going to be having a live line show that we're going to be doing. So
It's going to be awesome.
oh yeah, Apostate Ape's going to be there. I believe I saw where you already bought your ticket, so that's awesome.
Yeah, I got one several weeks ago, I think. Yeah, I'll be there at least a couple of the days, I think. I don't know. I've got a guy who schedules with me. He does like 2 or 3 appointments a year, but he books them up front. So I'm either going to be there I think I'm going to be there maybe Saturday, but not Friday. But it may work out where I have to be there Friday and not Saturday. So I'm not sure yet. But I'm going to try to make it on the Saturday for sure, since that's the bigger day.
Oh yeah,
we'll definitely be there.
Yeah, I can't wait to see you there, as well as anybody else that might be able to make it. We've been hearing a lot of good feedback from the community about it. Seems like people are pretty excited.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's going to be awesome, man. It's going to be awesome. Should be excited. It's going to be killer, y'all. I mean, killer. Plus, it's in October, so there's still like a whole shitload of time to plan it out and everything. If you need to travel and stuff, you got plenty of time to arrange it all. Take a couple days off work if you work on the weekends or whatever.
Yeah, there's still rooms available. Weekend, so. Yeah, there's still room rates available for our block in the hotel, and I know that the conference in general is capped at about 300 people, and but we still have a whole lot of space to fill.
Oh heck yeah! Well, we still got quite a long time to fill it up. Like I said, it's in October, so there's plenty of time to plan it out and all that good stuff. So works out pretty good that you got such a huge jump on the event where you can really pump it out for a long time, as far as advertisements and such as.
Oh yeah, planning on getting. We're planning on working with some of the more established organizations for sponsorships and stuff like that, so that we can get them to help us push it out too. But we're also really banking on the community at large, helping spread the word. I know you usually mention it on your lives, which helps out tremendously. So we really appreciate that.
Shit, I'll do what I can, buddy. Do it at least twice every live. I think we gotta get it out there, man, for sure. Let everybody know. Tell the whole damn world. Oh, be cool, like if a bunch of people from Britain showed up.
I would not suggest that. Anybody from outside the U.S., our conference is not that important for that, to put yourself in that kind of danger. That's what I would say.
That was painful. Yeah, he's not wrong, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a precarious situation we're in over here. Did you hear about the thing they was doing in Germany yesterday, Godless? They had a big worldwide EU meeting there.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they had a very special topic. It was, what are we going to do about this fucking asshole running America?
Oh, really? I did not hear about that.
Yeah, they had some kind of huge meeting in Munich that was supposedly just about what the fuck everybody's going to do about Donald Trump. Like, they got this plan. They're like, if he tries this, we're going to do this. So they're formulating plans to deal with his insane antics.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, Trump is a lot of talk, but also I think that if he becomes petulant enough, he would actually follow through with something. So it's kind of like you never know when he's going to roll a natural 20 on that and actually take action. I totally expected him to invade Greenland, but then he backed off because Taco.
Yeah, that's the thing. He is willing to back down sometime if he thinks it's going to hurt his popularity. He'll back down. That's for sure.
Except when it comes to tariffs.
Insane how blatant. Yeah, but it's insane how blatant this shit's just floating around now. Like, hey, let's go conquer people again. That'll be cool.
Yeah,
let's just steal all their shit. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, you shouldn't be able to say shit like that.
Yeah, it causes him to say real stupid shit like, "Oh, we had ships over in Greenland 300 years ago. It's like America is like less than 250 years old right now. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
God. How he still has a support base right now that's not like just the loons, I'll never understand.
It's the loons and the white supremacists. That's all that it is. That's really, from what I can tell, either that or they don't know that they're white supremacists.
Yeah, it's getting really hard to argue with. Unfortunately, that's quite the state that we've reached here in the good old U.S. of A. The land of the free. It's hard to be pretty patriotic right now in almost any sense.
Oh yeah, totally. It's incredibly difficult.
Man, thank goodness for a pretty strong constitution, I guess, that checks him as much as it does.
No, for the time being, I don't know how long that's actually going to last, though, because they're already. I mean, every day they're trying to erode that, the lines between the branches, but also trying to erode the Constitution. Like, it's just happening all the time.
Oh, absolutely, and I mean, it's obviously it is possible to get people on board with voting their own rights away. So I mean, it's a real, very real threat. That's for sure.
So the site to go to, Patricia, is rocketcityreason.com. You can go there and you can get tickets. Yeah. You can also see the schedule, the speakers, and everything like that. I'm about to do a big site update with our current sponsors on it.
That's my mommy.
Oh, okay. I remember meeting her.
Yeah, she's the one we was talking about when we watched you at the church over here down the road debating the dude on evolution. That was the first time I learned that people actually even debate that kind of stuff. I've never been so mind blown as I was that night, man. I'll never forget it.
Yeah. No, I'm really surprised that was like the first time that you had ever like heard about any of it, or that you had seen any kind of debate about it. But I'm glad that you did.
Yeah, me too. It was amazing. Like, I've been huge in that's basically all I've really watched was religious debates since then, or on the subject of religious debates and stuff. But I was
honestly,
watching stuff before, like capitalism versus socialism and stuff like that.
Yeah, I kind of wish
know people debated religion.
I kind of wish your first debate to watch in that space was a little bit better of a one.
Shit, I thought that was great. Like, it was mind blowing for several reasons. Like, first of all, I had never even imagined that a church would have a debate. Like, to me, that was a mind blowing thing on its own. And then I was like, well, that's cool. What are they debating? And she was like, evolution. And then I was like, evolution? Like, what would they debate about that? She's like, if it happens or not, or if it's real. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. I'm over here with my 7th grade education. Like, people debate that? Like, I learned that like a year ago. But I was amazed. I thought it was really good. I was on the edge of my seat the whole time, man. I was like, I'm not I'm not an expert on evolution, but at the time in my head, like, I knew basic school stuff about it. Yeah. And the dude I still remember, I was like so enthralled with the whole thing. I still remember some of the stuff he said and stuff like that. But I remember thinking, like, how did this guy not learn about this in school? Like, he's asking a question that was answered in a textbook. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But yeah, it was a mind blowing experience for me to say the least. I was like, man, if people are this crazy, if they're debating this, like, this is a problem, I think. Like.
So Patricia, when you go to the actual page to purchase tickets, there's like add-on packages, right? So like it's one purchase, but like we did have to separate out the, so that people could choose to go to the Alabama barbecue or choose to do the drag show, the conference, and then the Space and Rocket Center. So each one of those is its own add-on, but you can put all the add-ons on and have one ticket price. We just wanted to sort of modularize it so that people could customize their experience for the weekend.
Heck yeah. Yeah, I just went ahead and bought all 3 days.
The thing about the evolution debate, though, is that they always want to hide God in the gaps, and they always want to make some kind of like complex, like scientific argument for God. But I kind of feel like if God actually did like create all life and everything like that, we shouldn't have to go to like the actual mechanism of genes copying, them copying themselves or replicating or anything like that, or how mRNA works. Like, you shouldn't have to look that far into it to actually find God. It should be pretty evident.
I mean, even a simpleton like me would totally agree with you. I still don't understand what people think in their head. but wow. Yeah, I remember at that church, one of the first things the guy said was, he said, they're going to tell you that life started off as not complex or something like that. And then he started talking about the complexity of a cell. And I was like, whoever said a cell wasn't complex? Like, so I didn't understand, like, in my head, I didn't understand who he was actually arguing against either the whole time.
Right.
But like I said, it was stuff like that. I was like, why is he arguing? I didn't understand why he was bringing up some of the stuff he did, because it seemed obvious. But I guess that's what intrigued me so much about it at the same time, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, how can you not know? What a great night, though. But yeah, I think that was in 2018, and I've been like heavy into religious debate ever since.
No, I think that you're doing an awesome job here. Like, I'm pretty impressed with, the kind of requests, people that you get requesting up in here and how you interact with them. Like, I think you're doing a great job here.
Thank you. That sounds great coming from one of my heroes. I appreciate the shit out of that. I do what I can. Wish we'd get somebody requesting up right now, though. But I'll try. I've been around. Like, I think I'm almost a culmination of everybody I've been watching over nearly a decade now, like you and Hitchens. I mean, like, I'm a little bit of everybody I've watched over time. Everybody over time, I think. Like, so maybe that helps me out, I guess.
No, yeah. I mean, I totally support everybody that wants to stand up and use their voice, and take part in the conversation. And I think that you hold your own very well in these conversations. So, I mean, keep doing what you're doing.
Will do, buddy. Will do. Yeah, I'm here for it. My little channel here, I barely started. Oh, when I seen you at the NanoCon, I had, I either had 65 or 67 followers back then. And of course, now I'm almost at 25. I'm over 2,500 actually, as of today, apparently. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, 6 months, we're definitely growing, man.
No, so, yeah, you're doing great. I think that's the hardest part about content creation and like doing this kind of thing is that it's just you just got to grind it out, and a lot of people get burnt out. So I definitely would suggest taking breaks if you need to or whatnot, but don't. The biggest thing is not burning yourself out, and some people just burn out real quick, and I don't ever like seeing that because they just get so excited and they just get overwhelmed, and then they leave it. And it's not that I think that they should stay in despite that. I hope people can accurately gauge how much they want to take part and not burn out.
Right. Well, I do everything I love the conversation. I love the debates. The part I didn't really see coming was like hearing the same people defending baby schmurder over and over, how much it depresses the shit out of me. It's like, oh my fucking God. Like, I didn't know there was this many humans that were okay with slavery and shit when it comes down to it. Yeah. And plus, we got the MAGA shit going on right now. Like, people are just going to show you. They're like, oh, if Trump was in the Epstein files, fuck him. And then they're just going to show you that now that the proof is out there, like, the motherfucker's mentioned literally like 1 million times in the damn things. Yeah, everybody. It just goes to show you they didn't actually give a fuck if he was in them or not to begin with. It was just fucking talk. That's what really scares me.
Well, I mean,
that's also my drive too.
Yeah, I mean, it's been painfully obvious that they just like to use women and children as shields. Like, that whole protect women and girls act or whatnot in sports. Like, they don't actually care about protecting women and girls. They just care about persecuting the trans community. That's all that they cared about. And they use them as a vehicle in order to do that. And it's the exact same thing with the Epstein files. That they just it was just a vehicle for them to like levy hate against leftists and Democrats. That was pretty much it. Lathe in the comments says, "Wish there was a way to buy live streaming tickets for those of us who can't go." We do plan on recording all the panels and talks and everything like that. So there is a plan to record them so that they will be up later. We were trying to think of like, well, this is the first conference, and it's especially the first conference that Casey and I have actually managed ourselves. So we weren't trying to like overly complicate stuff so that it was like overwhelming. We just really are focused on trying to get it done. And since it's a more of a content creator sort of conference, we really were just kind of focused on recording stuff and then allowing everybody to use that material as they want to later. We are going to be having a live line show that night though from the hotel, so that will be available online. But yeah, well, we do hear that the need for like a live streaming option and how many people would love to attend via live stream. So we are keeping that in mind for the next year, as long as this year is successful. Like, and by successful, I mean break even. We're looking to just be able to provide a good experience with everybody, and we're not really focused on making money or anything. But as long as like people have fun with it and we have a good crowd, we want to continue doing this. So we will definitely keep that in mind for the next year, and it'll give us some opportunities to, maybe increase our equipment and technical capacity to be able to do it in the right way so that everybody has a good experience.
Heck yeah, that's why we have to show up and show out, y'all. This has to go well. We need way more of these. Hey, I'll do whatever I can too. If you need some help doing whatever, just holler at me. I don't mind. I'm right
I'll
down the road.
definitely. Oh yeah, I know. I'll definitely keep you in mind there, Ape. So you're on my short list for if we need any kind of help or anything. Okay.
Yeah, just please holler at me. I'll do whatever I can. I really, really hope it goes well because it'd be really cool. Well, just the success of it's cool, but just we need this type of thing here, and
I totally agree.
Yeah, we need it. So you're a fucking hero for throwing this thing here. But that's why we have to show up, y'all. We have to do good here. Even if you can't make it, if you can, like I said, just throw it out there. Like, tell people about it. Be like, hey, there's some shit going on,
Yeah,
keep the word.
Casey is I have to say the real hero here. The one thing that I did was I helped do the lineups and everything, gave my opinion there, and then I got the website up. And she's pretty much done everything else. So she's the superhero in this situation.
Awesome. You're both heroes. There's a couple of heroes there. A couple of godless heroes.
All right. Well, hey, I'm gonna jump down. Maybe I don't know if maybe me being up here is maybe a little intimidating for people. Just that seeing two people that they got to take on. I don't know if that's intimidating or what, but I'll jump down and I'll be watching. But you have a great day.
Back at you, godless. Have a good one, man.
All right.
And I appreciate the shit out of you coming up. It's one of my heroes, y'all. If it wasn't for godless, I probably wouldn't even be into debating the way I am right now. Because like I said, I saw him in person at a church back in, I think it was 2000. It was either 17 or 18. It was a long time ago. But I've been enthralled with these types of debates ever since, so it's pretty amazing. John, I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by the John question mark part. Or maybe that's somebody else that. But anyway, the algorithm It's still moving pretty good, actually. So, yeah, if you're a Christian and you want to come up and talk with me, please do so. We have some good old topics up here to debate today. So come on up and talk with us. We'll keep it to just me for now. And I've still got a good hour or two I can stay on if we get somebody up here. Keep it rolling. If not, I guess we'll give it a little bit longer and we'll try a reset or something. Dang it, my lip hurts. Got a huge crack on my lip. I don't know if you can see it on the camera or not. But that crap has been hurting like crazy. Burn. Ugh. Let's see. All right, come on in, Christians. I'll come talk with us. We'll have a cool conversation about these things. Let's see what happened. Oh. Yay. I made it to stage 39 in the little TikTok thingy. That's neat. That's neat. Anyway, we'll give it a, let's see where we're at here. We'll give it a few more minutes, see what happens. If we get somebody to request up, we'll talk to them. And if not, we'll, I guess I'll try a reset or something. We haven't even got a, my goodness. My head's still a bit droggy too. Not to mention I felt 1,000 times better than I did yesterday and Saturday. No, I thought it was somebody in the queue. Anyway, if you are a Christian or a Hebrew Israelite, come on up and talk with us, please. We need a guest up in here. Yeah, it's actually my granddaddy's hat, man. This thing's, I got it. It was just his work hat, honestly, from Sears. There's nothing fancy about it. But it is cool because it's made from one continuous braided thread all the way through. But it was just a work hat he got from Sears in like the 1950s. So it's like a 75-year-old hat. That's why it's falling apart. I've actually had to glue it back together several times, but it's about all I got of my granddaddy. So I cherish it as a treasure. All right, well, maybe we got somebody here. Let's see. Hey, TJ, are you there? Nope.
Me?
Yep. TJ?
Yeah, what's up? How you doing, man?
Doing good, bud. Thanks for asking. Are you over 18?
Yes.
Are you a Christian or a Hebrew Israelite?
Not a Hebrew Israelite, but I would say I'm a Christian, yeah.
All right, cool. I get a little chuckle every time I say that. I don't know why, but it's funny. But anyway, which one of these topics you want to talk with me about today?
Let's see. I mean, I'm willing to talk about any of them, but I mean, I would say I'm a little bit different in my views of Christianity. Like, I'm not very mainstream, so you know, I don't believe in inerrancy. So maybe like number one isn't a great one. I mean, it really kind of changes the way you view all of these, but we can do number two, maybe. I don't know. I'll leave it up to you.
Well, I mean, whatever you feel the strongest about, as far as, you know, whichever one you disagree with the hardest, I guess, would be the best one to pick here. But you said number two, why is God unjust, maybe?
I mean, I don't know if it's like really disagreeing. It's kind of just like, you know, answering the question. If that makes sense.
So you already think God is unjust?
I don't know. So I would say the God as portrayed in the Bible, you know, like the Old Testament especially, I think that you can definitely make the assumption that God is unjust. But, you know, whenever I have this discussion with people, I just kind of try to help people understand that, you know, the God in the Old Testament is portrayed by the Israelites. But which is a group of people that have been oppressed. So, I think it's easy for us to look and say, well, look, this is God. This is what, God is. But that's just one group of people's depiction of God. So while, I do study, the Christian scriptures, and, obviously those are Jewish scriptures as well, and Islam as well. But I don't know if I necessarily, look at what a depiction of God is in the Old Testament and say, yeah, that's, the God that created the universe, right? If that makes sense.
Which God do you think created the universe?
Well, I mean, I don't really know if I could like pin that down to something. Everyone has a different answer for that, but for me, it's like I think there is a God. I don't really know how to necessarily provide evidence of that, right? Like some people think it's nothing, some people, think it's the Big Bang, whatever. I mean, I'm not saying I don't not believe in those things. For me, it's more just like that's maybe how I think God did it. If that makes sense.
Oh, well, more specifically then, why are you a Christian? Because you don't sound like one.
Yeah, well, I think I am a Christian just because, for me, I mean, I struggle a little bit with like the Old Testament, and I know that's like I read some of these prompts here. I mean, slavery one, you could probably go to some New Testament scriptures and point to that. I mean, and but all the other ones are kind of, I think, more going to go to the Old Testament. I don't really, I struggle with a lot of the Old Testament just because, I grew up in a very like fundamentalist setting. So, those scriptures were kind of used as like a way of trying to say, don't do this, don't do that, or you're going to end up like Sodom and Gomorrah, or you're going to, end up, being like the Israelites when they turned away from God and whatnot. So, I've kind of always struggled with that. But for me, like, I guess the reason I'm Christian is, I really enjoy the Gospels, and just kind of the teachings that are laid out there. I think Jesus lays out a path that, and, my opinion is a very virtuous one. I don't think everyone follows that path for the right reasons per se. But I think, for me, it's acted as a guide in my life, for, how I can do things and, kind of navigate problems and how to treat people and whatnot.
Right. So do you think that it's a good thing that a woman can be tried and executed for adultery because a man divorced her?
Do I think it's a good thing? Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Yeah. Oh, well, you directly disagree with Jesus then.
Why you say that?
It's in the Sermon on the Mount. That's what he says. He says a woman is guilty of adultery if a man divorces her, except on the grounds of sexual immorality. And he says if a man marries a divorced woman, then he is guilty of adultery. And the penalty for adultery is being stoned to unalignment.
So wait, Jesus is implicitly saying that person should be stoned?
Yeah, that's the penalty for adultery.
Okay, I'm not quite seeing this connection, so you maybe help me figure that one out, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you know what the penalty for adultery is, don't you?
I mean, yeah, are you talking about like the Jewish kind of law and whatnot, like the Torah and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah, but isn't there another story where Jesus talks about, let the first person with sin, or let the first person without sin cast a stone? Like, I feel like that's a place where Jesus would kind of contradict this idea of like, you should stone someone for that, right?
Well, that story doesn't show up till nearly 1,000 years after Jesus' death in Latin versions of the Bible. It's not in any early Greek or Latin manuscripts up until like 800 or 900 AD. But that aside, if you really think about that story, that was just a kind of a clever way of Jesus weaseling out of their little trap they set for him. But Jesus never said, don't throw the rock. He just made it where, like, he's just kind of saying, you're kind of pointing the finger at yourself there too. But he never says, don't stone her.
Right. No, I hear what you're saying. And, but I just also think about a lot of the stories too, where, Jesus is interacting with people that, like are these sinners. Like there is the place where, the woman at the well and whatnot, where, Jesus is interacting with someone that has had 6 or 7 different, husbands or whatnot. I don't know the exact number, but and I feel like Jesus isn't necessarily treating that woman in a way that would make you think he wants to stone her, if that makes sense. So, I mean, I can see, like, Jesus is someone in a culture that, sure, I think I may not agree with everything of that time. But again, like, that's a culture that viewed women as, property and objects and whatnot. And, I'm not saying, Jesus is completely exempt from that. But again, I just think he's more maybe like a bit of a byproduct of that. And I still kind of view him as subversive in the way that he treats women and whatnot, given that, that story. I think, the story of Jesus being at Simon the Pharisee's house, I think those are 2 places you can look at and say, I mean, Jesus had a bit of a different way of going about it compared to other religious teachers. I don't know.
Well, maybe not. But Jesus was definitely changing the laws around there, which are
I mean,
absolutely
I
not
wouldn't.
supposed to do.
What do you mean he's changing the laws?
He's changing it like it. Oh, my shit! I went to 15.
Because I never
Here,
read
let
that
me
as
read you what I just
Jesus.
read real quick.
All right, hold on. Let
Yeah,
me
so
let me grab my
here,
Bible
I'll
too.
give you an
so we can
example.
read this together. What version are you reading out of?
I'm in the NRSV UE.
Okay, perfect. I have an NRSV too. All right, we're going Sermon on the Mount.
Yeah, I'm in chapter 5, and that first thing I read was in verse 31 and 32 there.
Okay. All right. Matthew 5:27. All right, I'm with you now.
Pack of dogs and stuff. Yeah, so he says in verse 31, it says, "It is also said, whoever divorces his wife, let him give her a certificate of divorce. But I say to you, anyone who divorces his wife except on the grounds of sexual immorality causes her to commit adultery. And whoever marries a divorced woman commits adultery." So, like, if you just go to the law, there's nothing about that in the law. It just says that if you divorce a woman, you give her a certificate of divorce. And Jesus is clearly changing it, making it guilty of adultery if you even marry a divorced woman. But there's nothing in Levitic law or Mosaic law about that, though.
Yeah.
And in Deuteronomy 4, God clearly says these laws are not to be added to or taken away from.
Right. Yeah, and I see what you're saying there. And yeah, I can definitely see the whole adding or subtracting. I mean, I'm sure that is part of the reason that, Pharisees were extremely upset with Jesus, was because it, kind of seemed like that was what he was doing. But I kind of always just thought, yeah, I don't really see a problem with any of that. I mean, for one, I'm not a Jew, so, I don't really view it as like this is a. But the other part of that, it would be, for me, it's not that Jesus is necessarily changing the law. I feel like he's kind of asking people to take it a little bit further and saying, look, it's not about your outward actions. It's about also having a good inward appearance as well. So in a way, I don't think he's changing it. I feel like he's just.
Well, he changed it. He did change it. He made it worse. He made an already bad law way
Well, I don't know if
worse. He made some
I
of
don't
this
know if
about
I
dog
view it
crimes.
as. Yeah, I don't know if I view it as him making it worse. I feel like he's trying to basically get at the heart of the law and saying that, like, look, it's not about just doing these things so that you believe in God. It's about actually doing these things for the right reasons.
Sorry, I got a call. I didn't hear the last sentence you said.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that. I mean, I could definitely. I mean, I'll give you that he's changing it. Like, I don't know if I can say that he's not changing it, but I think he's changing it though in a way where I wouldn't say he's necessarily like adding or subtracting. I would just say he's taking it to a further extent to try to tell people it's not about just doing these things, like having an outward appearance, right? Because you have the Pharisees and the scribes who, okay, like they're quote unquote the most righteous and most religious people, but they're still committing a lot of injustices and kind of using the Bible as a way of kind of putting people beneath them. So I feel like Jesus is trying to say, like, it's about your inward appearance as well. You need to have your inward. So and that's why I think, it kind of goes back to sort of like you could also view it as Jesus is trying to basically fulfill the law in a way of like trying to, I get how you think it's changing, and I will say I do see how you view it that way.
Well, let
I
me
don't know
ask
if
you
I
what
view it
what
as
do you think?
a bad thing.
Let me give you a couple examples, and you tell me if you think one is worse than the other. All right. So here's a law that says you shall not steal. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Not that bad. Don't steal stuff. So now there's a law that says, don't steal, and if you even think about stealing, you are guilty of stealing. Which one of those is worse?
Well, I mean, it depends on like what you're trying to mean by which one is worse. Like, why would it be worse? I guess would be my question before I try to answer
Well,
this.
one of them is actually says you're guilty of an actual crime, the action of stealing something, and one of them says if you even think about it, you're getting punished for theft, even though you didn't actually do anything. You just thought about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you look at it through that lens, I think it's easy to say, yeah, you don't want it to be that you're also guilty if you just think about it. But again, I think that Jesus's way of approaching these issues was one, there's another story in the gospel about Jesus talking to the Pharisees, right? And he's like, it has to do with a crippled man. And, they get upset that he tells the man that he's forgiven. And he asked him, is like, what's easier for you to say, stand up and walk, or you are forgiven? And I feel like you kind of see this theme throughout where it's not necessarily about wrath and punishment for Jesus. It's about having mercy and forgiveness. So, again, I think that if you view it in the lens of, if you do these things wrong, if you break this law, you're going to get stoned, right? I think, well, yeah, you don't want to see this man coming and saying, hey, look, well, if you even think about these things, you're committing a crime, right? Like, you don't want that. You're like, no. But I think if you view it through the lens of Jesus, it's saying that, look, no one can, fully be perfect in this sense. No one can fully be righteous. And I think that for Jesus, it's saying, having mercy and forgiveness is kind of part of his
Why do you
message.
say
Right?
no one can be righteous?
Well, I mean, again, if you look at it through the lens of, Jesus and the extent that he
Yeah, but there
takes.
was righteous people in the Bible. Did he not know that?
Yeah, but I don't think righteous necessarily means like being perfect. I think it means being whole. So like, I guess that's a good question. I think I should clarify that. I think being
Well, I
righteous
mean, there
means
were
being
sinless
whole.
people in the Bible. God himself says in Deuteronomy that keeping these laws is not too hard or too far away from you. God says it's easy to keep these laws. So you shouldn't even have it. Like, if you asked a Christian, they would say, yeah, nobody can keep the law. But God clearly says keeping the law is easy and everybody can do it.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I
it's a bit
don't know
confusing.
if I necessarily agree, like in that one sense that like it's easy. I mean, well, maybe like the
Do
law.
you disagree with God?
Well, I mean, I tried telling you in the beginning, I'm not necessarily someone that's inerrant, so like, or believes the Bible's inerrant. So I don't look at what, this book says or that book says and think that's what God said. I think that, someone wrote that and they came from a particular culture and have an idea, right?
Somebody wrote all this.
I mean, yeah, of course, everyone, all these things are, and I don't think that was necessary. I think we have to be careful, looking at what a human says or writes and saying that God says that. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Again, I would probably and I mean, it does bring up. Yeah. Okay. You go ahead.
Well, sorry, I was just going to say, hearkening back to what we was on originally there, this is what Jesus says. It says, you have heard it said that you shall not commit adultery. That's God's actual law there. Don't commit adultery, right? It says, but I say to you that everyone who looks at a woman with lust has already committed adultery with her in his heart. If your right eye causes you to sin, tear it out and throw it away, for it is better to lose one of your members than for your whole body to be thrown into hell.
Mm-hmm.
So he's clearly making it about thought crimes.
What do you mean?
He says if you even look at a woman with lust, you're guilty of adultery.
Yeah. I mean that's
No,
what
that's
he's
what. Remember, I asked you earlier. Like, if you made this about a thought crime, it's worse. Like, you agree? That's what Jesus is doing here.
right. Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, I can see what you're trying to say, but what is the point?
The point is that Jesus is making the laws worse,
Yeah, I don't know if
and he's
he's.
changing them. Like,
But again, for me, it's not. I just feel like I view this through a different lens than you do. I feel like Jesus takes it to a further extent, not necessarily to say like, I'm gonna make the laws more extreme so y'all are, cooked. Basically, I think that Jesus is taking it to a further extent to say, look, you may think that you're fulfilling the law by following what it says, but your heart is far removed from your actions in doing so. I think that's kind of how I view this, if that makes sense. So he's kind of like raising the bar in a way, because again, it's like, if you think about it, right? Like you have these laws
raising
that
the bar, making it harder. Yeah.
yeah, and again, and I feel like for good reason, because if you look at the Old Testament law, you could say, okay, yeah, the Pharisees are following that to a T, right? They're doing well. They're doing as what you said in God, Deuteronomy. They're doing it right. It's easy, whatever. But would you necessarily say that these people are good and they treat women the right way, and they are functioning well in society? I mean, I think me and you might agree on that one.
I
So
don't think Jesus was treating them right.
I mean, I definitely see some stories in the gospel where you can make that case again, but I just feel like trying to find someone in that society that, necessarily is treating women right. Again, it's just easy for us 2,000 years later, where we don't, treat women the way we did then, to just say, oh, that's, those people aren't right. But, that was not this is not the way they thought back then. You know what I'm saying? I mean, for me, and again, that plays
Yeah,
a
but
role.
we're talking about Jesus, though.
Yeah,
Jesus should have been above all that shit. He shouldn't have been just one of the guys back then.
I mean, I don't know if I think he was just one of the guys. Again, I think he was. I would hold him to
You're
regard
making
of,
the
like,
argument he thought just like everybody else did back then.
I mean, in a way, he did, because that's when he lived, right? Like,
Yeah, no.
but
That's why I'm
but
saying
there's
there's not too much special about this guy.
But the special, see, but again, like, we're looking at the same thing. You just view it differently, right? Like, he's taking law to a further extent. I think it's for good. You think it's for bad. I think that's a place we differ.
Yeah, and we agreed that it's bad to make
we
a
don't
guy
agree.
guilty of adultery because he married a divorced woman. That's the first thing I asked you about. Remember, I said that you don't think this stuff's okay, do you? And then I said, if you divorce a woman, she's guilty of adultery. And you said, heck, no, I don't agree with that. So,
Well, I feel like there's also other places too in the Bible where it talks about, why you should or shouldn't, do it, or divorce a woman. But yeah, sure. I'll say I don't necessarily agree with the divorcing stuff, because I will say now, I will say in today's times, if you're being abused, and like physically or whatnot, I mean, I guess you could make the case, well, oh, the Bible permits it, so you can't get divorced. The Bible's saying that you can't do that. But obviously in today's time, it's like, yeah, I mean, if you're getting physically harmed or whatnot, I mean, you should probably divorce that person. So I would agree with you. But, the other thing too is, I'm just careful to say, to only view Jesus through the lens of what we have in the Gospels. Because, I mean, these were documents written 30 to 40 years after. And again, I would yield to you that, sure, probably Jesus did hold these views towards women that, again, today we might not necessarily appreciate. But again, you're just hyper focusing on one area, right? There's still a lot of other things in the gospel that I think, I find, I enjoy, I think are good things to model your life after. I wouldn't say they're necessarily exclusive to Jesus, right? But again, that's part of the reason I'm a Christian.
well, let's make it in general then. So Jesus clearly says on the Sermon on the Mount, you have to keep the law of Moses to get to God, right? You agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, in Matthew, Jesus is kind of portrayed as like the new Moses. So, there's a lot of a crossover there.
Yeah, so he ends that whole little passage there, and he says, "For I tell you, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and the Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven." Right?
Right. Yes. All right.
All right. So, according to Jesus, you have to keep those laws to get to heaven, and according to the laws, there's a lot of stuff I would be willing to wager you're not even going to come close to agreeing with.
What do you mean?
Like the law says, you can own slaves. It says you can sell your daughter as a slave. It says you can take women and children as war captives. It says you can make war on people. It allows bodily mutilations. It literally says if someone entices you to other gods or goes to other gods, then your hand has to be the first against them to cast the first stone. That means you have to unalive them if they entice you to other gods. So, like, certainly you wouldn't follow that law, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
So, I mean, if you're already not doing what Jesus said then, because Jesus said you have to keep the law of Moses to get to Jesus, or I mean, to get to God.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in one sense I wouldn't, but I also feel like Jesus delivers a message through a bit of a different language that isn't necessarily highlighting all the things you mentioned. I think it kind of highlights the heart of the law, right? So again, that's again where I'm trying to kind of point out where I differ from you. It's not necessarily about doing all these actions, right, or doing all these, or whatever you want to call
That's
it.
exactly what it's about, because Jesus says, "For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished." That means you have to keep every dot and scrape that is written in the law. You have to do it. He even finishes the whole sermon there by saying, "Be perfect."
Yeah, I mean, again, I do see what you're saying. I do, but again,
What
I just
Jesus says.
right, and I'd feel like you're kind of just highlighting certain parts that stand out to you, and that's okay. I mean,
Well, he's
I have
saying you have to
problems
keep the
with
law to get to heaven. That's the whole point of this, ain't it?
yeah, but like, what do you mean by getting to heaven? Because I mean, also, are you thinking of heaven through the lens of like this amazing place after you die, and then oh, everyone else is gonna go to this fiery hell? 'Cause, I mean,
Eternal life.
I
Yeah,
feel
what
like
Jesus
that's a
said.
bit of a later concept. I don't know if Jesus was necessarily thinking of it through the lens that we do. And I don't know if you'd agree with me on that, but I don't necessarily.
No,
I
if you go to
mean,
Matthew 25, he separates the sheep from the goats. It says the sheep are going to eternal life and the goats are going to eternal torment.
yeah, but I mean, also the word eternal doesn't necessarily translate as eternal as we view it today. It can also just mean like an age, like a period of time. So I mean, so I don't necessarily view it through the lens of like, you're gonna. I mean, that's definitely a place that I really differ from a lot of Christians. Is I don't really view it as like you're gonna. Wait, did you lose me there? Someone called me.
You skipped out a little bit, but I mean, even in the Sermon on the Mount, there Jesus says it when he was talking about the adultery thing. At the end of it,
yeah,
he
right.
says,
And I
it's
think
better
that like
to lose one of your
right.
members than for your body to go to hell. So it's
Right,
talking
and I
about
think
heaven
that's
and
part
hell.
of Jesus's extreme language he uses, right? I think it's trying to basically get people's attention. I kind of look at it as like, heaven is more of something that's in the present. Jesus in multiple places like it's at hand, and John is kind of preparing a way for people, trying to get them to repent and get ready for the kingdom of heaven that's coming. I mean, this is all Christian language, so it's again, I question how much of this was actually fits in with the historical Jesus, right? Because it's, we're looking at documents that developed 30, 40 years after Jesus's time. So, there's a lot that had changed by
I think
then,
it's
but
longer than that.
I mean, yeah, you
Not
can
much
definitely
longer
think
than
it's longer. I mean, Mark was probably 30, 40, and then, after Mark, it's like, yeah, I mean, you can make the case some of them are pretty far back. And then you have Paul, who's writing about a completely different gospel than you read about in the Matthew, Mark, and Luke and John. But again, it's like, so I mean, you kind of have to try to figure out what all this means to you, and I don't think a lot of people necessarily see all that. And again, like for me, it's saying that how do we figure out what the historical Jesus said, right? Because all the different gospels say different things. They all portray Jesus in a different way. Do we think Jesus is God? Do we think Jesus is a prophet? Is he the Son of Man? Is he the Son of God? What all those terms mean? Because I mean, some of them have different meaning. Like Son of Man has different meaning. So for me, it's like I'm very careful to jump to assumptions and saying, you know, who Jesus is or what Jesus is. And I do see some of the teachings that you struggle with and you have problems with. But I think that Jesus came in a time where, again, you know, I don't think the law was necessarily being practiced in the right way. I think Jesus had a radically different view of how it should
chastised
be.
the Pharisees for not keeping the law of Moses. He says you're keeping your own traditions over the laws of Moses. And he specifically brought up not putting their children to unalignment for being disobedient.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, Jesus had, you know, he's a apocalyptic preacher, so he thought the world was going to end very soon. So, you know, there's a lot of elements at hand. But again, I just think that, you know, it's trying to read it in its time rather than reading it in our time, right? That's kind of like eisegetically or exegetically. So for me, while I do look at some of the adultery passages and slavery and whatnot, it's very, very easy for me to say, wow, this is, you know, this is awful or whatnot. But it's also easy for me to say, if I was in that time, I mean, if Jesus, let's say Jesus took a different take on some of these things, right? He had the opposite take. Would we even be reading these things right now? I don't think we would.
I don't think many people would be reading this at all without Paul. But Paul don't agree with Jesus, unfortunately. So.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's no way to know. But this
is essentially what Christians do. They say, nobody can do this. You need Jesus. Jesus preached to teach this law that nobody can keep. So you should be a Christian even though you can't do it right. Like, it's a really strange thing.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And I do see some of the, you know, where some of the teachings can be difficult, but there's also, you know, for me, it's like I kind of look to the greatest commands as kind of a corner piece for, you know, how I try to model my faith. And, you know, there's a lot. Law? I mean, not fully Levitical law, but again,
love your neighbor as yourself is Levitical law.
Right, but again, like you have to read some of the parables and teachings and stories Jesus tells, and like I think you start to see some of the subversiveness towards Levitical law, right? If that, do you get what I'm saying with that? Like, I get that it's very easy to trace this back to
Jesus ends this parable by saying, "But as for these enemies of mine who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence." What a great parable!
Where did you get that parable from?
That's from Luke 19.
Luke 19, all right.
The parable of the 10 pounds or the 10 minas, which depends on which translation you have. Yeah, Jesus is about to ride a donkey into Jerusalem. He thinks he's going to fulfill a prophecy about being king of the world. So he tells this little parable right before they get there to make sure he's clear on everything. And then he ends that with saying, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence if they want to set me to rule over them.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's also on a cross too, being killed by people, and says forgive them. But I mean,
well, it says that in certain gospels, not many, in one of them. Pretty much every gospel's got Jesus saying different last words when he dies. Like in Mark, it says, Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? Then in Luke, it says, I commit to you my spirit. And then in John, it says, it is finished. It's a different one in every one. Anyway, what you think about the parable of 10 minas? Does that sound kind of Jesus-y? You say, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence?
I mean, it sounds a lot like the Jesus in Revelation.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean...
Yeah, in Revelation, Jesus said he's going to throw Jezebel on a bed and let a bunch of people grape her.
yeah, it's probably not the Jesus I want to think of. So, I mean,
Are you thinking of a different one?
no, but like everyone has their way of like trying to, pick out verses and their version of Jesus. I have a way of describing Jesus. You have a way of describing Jesus. Everyone's going to have a different. I know you know that because you talk to all these different people, every day and whatnot. And I think for you, you highlight some of these stories, and I can see why. Because you talk to people that don't really want to accept some of this. And I do see these things, right? I do, and yeah. I mean, it's like, oh, that's there. That's not great. But there's, yeah, whoever said cherry picking. Yeah, it's like being a cafeteria Christian. That's kind of, everyone is that way in a sense, right? So for me, it's like, yeah, I have my way of viewing the text and saying, I like, these stories.
To be fair, you have to, man. There's no way around it. You can't be a sane person and not prioritize something in these scriptures over something else in the scriptures, right? Because they're not all saying the same thing. So you have to, on a certain level, prioritize something over the other in here. So essentially, you have to cherry pick.
Yeah,
but
you
like,
do.
some people are just way, way worse about it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, and I agree. I think some people want to act like they're not doing it, and like, I can be honest and say that, like, yeah, I am Christian, and there are these texts, that, we can view that, like, what do we do with these, right? I mean, and so I don't have a problem sitting here and having a conversation about it. No problem.
Sounds
for
like
me.
Your days are numbered, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I get a lot of flack for it too, but for me, it's like, it's just about being honest, right? Like,
You're not getting it from me. You're heading in the right direction, in my opinion.
I'm not someone that, holds on, with inerrant. I don't, that's part, I don't view these texts as inerrant and whatnot because, there are these things in it. And I'm also not going to tell someone that, like, if you don't believe these things, you're going to go to hell. Because again, I just don't feel like that's being honest. Like, there are some of these things in there that are hard. Someone like you might have a hard time because you're like, how can I accept someone that says this story and that story, where someone as me is just like, yeah, I mean, this is someone that, in their time, to me, it makes more sense. And yeah, I might overlook that a little bit more and look to some of the other stories and parables that for me make a lot more sense, because I feel like, in my life, I deal with people that, want to use these scriptures and thump it over people's heads. So maybe the Jesus to me, that's like, hey, it's actually about your heart and what you're doing, your intentions. That might be the Jesus I gravitate towards a little bit more, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, but I don't know. You just seem a little too rational to like accept a lot of what's going on here.
I want
I would say a majority of what's going on here.
Well, I'll
so I feel
I'll
like
join
you're
back.
reaching into
Yeah.
a cherry pick.
No,
and,
I'll
taking the good stuff and saying it like this, but
no, I definitely think that I'm gonna think about some of these verses you gave me, and how it kind of plays into Jesus's message, and I'll come back and we can talk about it. Just because, again, I don't think I've really fully thoroughly like thought through some of these or studied some of these verses and why they're there or what they mean in the grand picture. So I don't really want to like sit here and just be like, oh, I'm not sure. So I'll probably just I'll leave it to you to debate some other people that are going to be a little bit more zealous about these things, and I'll come back and we can discuss some of these. But yeah, man, thanks for your time.
Cool, man. Yeah, no problem. Hey, if you would do this for me, go through Luke 19, really, really good, and really think about what's happening here. Like, Jesus is on the way to fulfill this prophecy about riding a donkey, which is a prophecy about being the king of the world, like ruling the nations and bringing peace to the nations and stuff. So he's on his way to Jerusalem to do this in Luke 19. Like, Matthew's explicitly calling this a fulfilled prophecy in Matthew 21. But anyway, in Luke 19 here, he's literally almost there, and he tells this parable that he ends with saying, if somebody's not going to accept my rule, slaughter them in my presence. Anyway, then he grabs the donkey. Then he's riding the donkey. And then right after that, he's crying and blaming all the people that this prophecy didn't happen. So, like I said, just really think about some of this stuff here about to me, this is beyond absurd what's happening in this chapter here. But yeah, just check that one out for sure. Then maybe we can
Yeah,
right back up on
absolutely.
that one.
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that. And I think that again, it's just like at least in Luke, I kind of only view Jesus as a prophet in Luke. So I just don't think I really looked too far into this. But again, I'll revisit it and I'll let you
Well, if
know
he's a
and get
prophet,
back to
he's a
you.
really bad one.
All right. But anyways, yeah, I'll let you know what I think, man. I'll join back if I see you live again.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah,
I
you take
enjoyed
it easy,
talking to you.
man.
Heck yeah, I'll drop you back there. All right, let's see what's happening here. Well, the algorithm has slowed down, but it is still moving. Thank you for all those shares, Dr. Josh. I appreciate that. I mean, I can. I just, I still argue slavery's bad, but I hope they don't bring that up. So, I don't want to get cooked. Oh, no. The doctrine of the raptor Jesus there. Because we all know raptors are vicious and large in some cases, like the Utah raptors. The god with the sharpest of the one claw on the foot there. But anyway, guys, if y'all are actually, you know what? Let me I'm going to run to the restroom really, really fast. And then I will be back. We'll keep it going. All right, here I be. All right. Oh, here we go. There's a few more people than when I left. That's cool. All right. Let's see. Let me check the box here. All right. Yeah. Well, I've still got. Hey, if we get somebody up here, it's cool to talk to, man. I still got nearly an hour and a half. I was alone here. And then I don't have an appointment at my work today, so I really, really need to jump back into some Hebrew studies. God. Oh, it's going to be the blessing of my days to get to hang out with Dr. Josh one day. What a funny son of a bitch he is. Those scholar bros, man, they got it. They're just funny guys. They're just filled with knowledge. Oh, man, that cracked me up. That's so funny. Oh, man. I'll drive up to Maryland one day. Like, probably in the summertime, not during the winter. I ain't deal with that shit. Y'all are crazy. But, oh my God, that would be amazing. I don't even know what I'm just going to laugh the whole time, I guess. I don't even know what we're going to talk about. You just tell me about Raptor Jesus. Oh, man, that's funny. Anyway, Guys, if you are a Christian and you want to come up and talk to us, please do. We'll have a good old conversation here about some of this stuff. Oh man, that's funny. Unlock the electronic Jurassic Park door to your heart and let Raptor Jesus in. Raptor Jesus eat that goat they had chained up. Oh man, that's funny. That is funny. That's the only gear I have. I don't know. You want me to wear something different? What if I put on a tuxedo for you? The same gear every day. I got like 20 shirts I switch between, man. Oh, shit. I do wear my hat almost every day, though. Not to like work, but I do wear it on the line. I just like it. It's my granddaddy's, man. My granddaddy was a devout Christian. He would have never said slavery's okay, though. In fact, he got drafted into WW2 4 months after he turned 18, and he was fighting the Nazis in North Africa when he was 18 years old. I'm very proud of that. My granddaddy fought the Nazis. He didn't try to be one, like some modern-day Christians. Just some. A little specialized, though. Yep, that was my granddaddy. In fact, he said one of the biggest regrets of his life was, did I really say that? Oh, shit. I thought he meant outside. It was WWF. Oh, shit. Yes, he was putting SmackDown in North Africa, DDPing some motherfucking Nazis. And he said one of the biggest regrets of his life was not just enlisting in the military, because they said if he would have enlisted in the military, he would have actually got to pick where he was going. But since he got drafted, he had no say in which branch he went to, where he went to. Like, but yeah, he was 18 years old fighting Nazis in North Africa, fighting Rommel over there. If y'all ever heard of Rommel, and that was Rommel was one of the ones that was doing good there for a while. No, I'll just keep bashing Jesus. Nothing personal, though. Yeah, I didn't lie about anything, so that would be, you can come show me where I'm lying, though. That would be neat. We need somebody to talk to. The guest queue is empty right now. Algorithm's kind of, sort of ticking back up, though, although it has slowed down. Maybe I said a F-bomb or something. TikTok doesn't like me anymore. Yeah, not lying about Jesus, and no, I'll just stay here and bash him, and keep the same gear. Nothing personal. Anyway, if you're a Christian and you are capable of an adult conversation format, please come on up and talk to me. It'd be really cool. It's been a good day so far, though. Had some decent conversations. Oh, man. Had a rough weekend, y'all. Good Lord, I feel better, though. Kind of gives you a new appreciation for being well when you get sick for a couple days. But holy crap, man, my nose and my lip especially, that crack on my lip I got from, I guess, wiping my mouth so much was, man, it hurts. This shit is intense sometimes. Oh my God, I hate that, Tony. I fucking hate it. So I did 100 days straight on the live, and I had a, I don't know, I had a pretty rough cold one day, but I never actually missed a day, though. Like, the next day that I woke up, I felt okay. But, man, yesterday was just, I felt like absolute fucking shit. It was kind of weird to miss a day after 100 days, though, man. It was really strange. It almost felt like it was a week, just a day, but it almost felt like a damned week. When I was getting out here this morning, I was like, man, it's been a while. We only missed a day, one day out of 100. I mean, that's pretty good. But But yeah, I hate you being sick. I know how it is. Like my nose has not stopped running this fucking winter. I'm pumping out boogers every fucking day. It seems like I don't even know where it all comes from. Like, how does a human make so much snot? It's insane, man. My wife's had about the same thing. Like super runny nose, can't quit sneezing. I don't know what shit. It's been a rough winter for me. Then again, in North Alabama down here, it's basically been summer. We just had a few little cold spouts. Maybe that's got something to do with it, I guess. Anyway, I tell y'all what, we'll give it let's see. We'll give it to like 10:45 my time, this central time here, if we don't get somebody to talk to. In the next 4 or 5 minutes there, we'll do a quick reset, because it's still got a little over an hour at least. Probably won't post it like as a replay on the 2U, but... I did pray. All he did was bite me. He bit my damn lip. Oh, I use my free will to get sick, though, so it's not really his fault. We can't ask Raptor Jesus to heal what I use free will and sin to get into, unfortunately. At least that's what God says in the Old Testament. The Leviathan is the way he prayed to the Leviathan, Jesus and God. It's Leviathan God. That's dinosaur God. That's how we know we're talking about a dinosaur here, because clearly a dinosaur is a Leviathan. Or maybe not. Maybe it was the behemoth. I can't remember. No, they're both dinosaurs. Fuck it. There's all kind of dinosaur gods. Oh, man. Yeah. It was my fault. It was a justified punishment, yes, for the audacity to ask him to heal something so painful and something that I myself caused, which would, deserves punishment in the end. Yeah. Well, the keyboard warrior type deal there. But, I get it. Almost tag Dr. Josh. I almost tag you on Facebook all the time because I talk a lot of, well, not a lot, but I get into some slavery discussions over there on the Facebook too. But, it's a bit of a headache enough here sometimes. The Raptor God. But anyway, if you are a Christian, we got the queue empty here. You should never own dinosaurs as property. Even their fossils, I'm against that too. We should pass legislation. You can't own dinosaur fossils as property. Those are natural treasures, not just relics for humans to pick up and worship as idols. So, it's awfully crazy that Britain and Germany. You can go to Brittany or Germany. You can go to Britain or Germany. And you can see an awful lot of history there that did not come from Britain or Germany. In fact, I say it all the time, what an atrocity is that the Ishtar gates are in Germany right now, the gates of Babylon. But then again, if I'm being real honest, I'd probably rather go to Germany right now than Iran, or Iraq, and see them, so... The fossils became impoverished and sold themselves to humans. Yes. Oh, man. Yes, Aaron's got a good point. That is the good kind of slavery there. That kind's okay, you know what I mean? They had to do something. They can't just... You could just not be a slave. Oh, my God. It's funny how much I think about some of this stuff, and it's funny when we're talking about it in these contexts, and it's like, oh shit, yeah, that's also disgusting. So, what are we doing? Oh my goodness, yeah, it's awful. It's awful. Man, it's a fucking travesty that Iran and Iraq are the hellholes they are at certain points. Because, man, I've been saying it for decades now. If Iran and Iraq were a little more open to the rest of the world, which they are in a lot of ways, I think people also have a bad conception of them, which contributes to the problem. But if Iran and Iraq could literally be two of the biggest tourist attractions on the fucking planet. Like if they wanted to and push for that and change the reputation up a little bit, man. I mean, they got so much incredible history over there that a lot of people just not even willing to go see. But you can go over there. There's a channel I watch where there's a guy. He backpacks across the supposed worst countries in the world like that. But anyway, when this guy was in Iraq, he hitchhiked nearly 600 miles, and it was a lot. It was like something like 12 people gave him a ride like along that stretch. He was hitchhiking and stuff. And I forgot the town he was ending it in, but the last guy that gave him a ride, the Iraqi guy who was giving him a ride, he had to drop him off like 20 minutes before he got to the actual town. Like he insisted that the Iraqi guy, he insisted that he let him pay for like like a taxi to get him the rest of the way and stuff like that. And the guy was like, no, man, I don't need the money. I did this for a YouTube channel. And the guy's like, no, I have to do it. But like everybody he talked to there was just like every other common person in the world, man. The average person out there, all they want to do is go to work, have a decent job, make a decent living, have some food in the fridge, have a significant other, you get a little poon or whatever it is, when you get home. Like that's as good as it gets. It's the elites that fuck everything up and cause chaos in the world, because the average person, they just want to work and go home, man. Watch a little football, watch a little soccer, whatever you call it, man. That's all it is. Polly, thanks so much. Appreciate ya. But yeah, the queue's empty, by the way. I'll tell you what, well, I passed my last little deadline, but I'll give it another minute since I'm talking anyway. But it don't even matter where you go. Think of the worst place on the planet. I guarantee you could walk through there right now, and if you stay out of the places you ain't supposed to be, everybody in the world's pretty much the same, from my experience. They just want some peace, want a little security. That's it. That's all we're asking for, man. Like, nobody wishes bad on a bunch of other people just because they want to, unless they're psychos, but not the average commoner on the planet. Let's see, where did I get to on that? Man, it's been a good day back here. Be a little cooler if we had somebody to debate with right now, but still, it's been a good day. Almost 11. Oh shit! No wonder I didn't get to. I hit my gift goal, but I didn't even update it. Damn! Thank y'all. I appreciate that. Well, the algorithm has come to crack the screech there too, I believe. Huh. Might have to go ahead and do a reset. But I'll give it a couple more minutes and we'll do a reset because I still got like an hour. I probably won't post it to you, but if you like the replays over there, but we can definitely make this one in and still fill the next little bit there, I guess. That's somebody to talk to. I don't know who else is live right now either, though. Let's see. Oh yeah, I don't think the repentant heart guy wants to come up. Yeah, don't seem too interested in the actual stage. That's cool. I mean, whatever. Whatever, man. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah. I'm the joke here. Thanks for tuning in for the last 2 hours, by the way. We appreciate that. Repent hard every day. We appreciate that. Thanks for tuning in to the joke. Yeah, Dr. Blitz is on. I do like Dr. Blitz a lot. He can pull some big ass audiences. I think he's got like 500,000 freaking followers. I don't think I know anybody in this type of space that's got anywhere close to the following he does. Of course, Thinker's got a shitload, but She'll have no 500,000, I don't think. Actually, you might as well say she is. We got 350,000 and some shit. Like, it's crazy high number. Crazy high. But anyway, the queue is wide open right now. I don't know. I don't feel like the algorithm just ain't moving that quick. So, dang it, my lip hurts. Probably about tomorrow I'll have all that dead skin peeling off and wiping my damn nose all day. It sucks. So, 2.5 hour one. That's been pretty good, actually. Well, insanely strange thing to say. Well, let's try. Got somebody here. Way to life, you there?
Yep.
Hey, what's up, man? You're over 18?
Yep.
Cool, and you're one of the Christians?
I am a Christian.
Awesome. So which one of these topics you want to talk about today?
We can do, if you like, why you should believe in the Bible, I suppose.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just ask, why should we believe in the Bible when it's chock full of contradictions and the New Testament don't know what's going on in the Old Testament, the prophecies fail, all kind of stuff. I mean, there's problems all over the place.
Have you seen the Bible's description of the shape of the earth?
Flat?
Yep.
Yeah.
Have you researched flat earth?
No.
No. So I think if you researched flat earth, you would see that the Bible was speaking the truth. And the scientists that we trust today, I say we, but man, trust today, we can see that they're liars and deceivers and they extort. The educational system is programmed to make us slaves. And
so you bring up something that's patently false to prove the Bible is true?
Well, no, I'm saying that the Bible is true, and it shows.
I'm saying it's not.
Are you an atheist?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you trust scientists?
If they can prove something's true, I do.
Okay, but if they can be disproven, I think the flat Earth would be a good start.
I think not, because it's clearly spherical.
Is it clearly spherical?
Like
when have you seen the curvature with your own eyes?
You don't have to see it. You can see the effects of it. Like right now, it's 10:53 where I'm at. I have a friend in Israel that I can call right now, and it's like 2 o'clock in the morning at nighttime.
That's fine. So what does that mean?
So that means we're on a spinning globe.
No. It just means the sun is above where he is and not above where you are.
No, it means it's above where I'm at.
Oh, sorry. If the light's where you're... Well, it depends where
if you have a light shining down on a flat disc, there's no part of it that gets dark. Like, all of it's going to have some light. Like, you can only hide half of something from the light. Like,
that depends how big... It depends how big the Earth is, how big the light is, and how close the light is. If the sun is smaller than what we've been told, closer than what we've been told, and the Earth is bigger than what we've been told, then it's very possible that the light, like a street light, for example, in your street, can light up your street and not the street next to it. In the same manner, the sun can light up a big proportion of the Earth, but not all of it.
Sun's pretty bright.
Wow. The sun is quite bright.
Yeah.
So,
you know how GPS works?
Yeah. Via land.
You do?
Yeah, via land.
What do you mean via land?
Well, they do it via land. Do you think they use satellites to do it? Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, I know they use satellites to do it. That's why when you go through a tunnel, it goes out.
Okay.
That's why they
If sa-
put
okay,
GPS
well,
systems on top of cars and on top of jets.
do you ever find that your signal goes whenever you're on a beach or whenever you go up a mountain or whenever you go into a forest where you're away from a city centre?
No.
I do. Where I'm from, in the UK, when you go on a beach, it's very difficult to get signal. It's difficult to get signal when you go in woodlands or even certain towns and villages got terrible signal. So if it's all from the satellites, why do these places always have bad signal? It's not though. We use cell towers. We use radio. It's all land
Well, it's
based.
fine around here. Maybe I'll just need better towers over there.
Well, you've probably
The only time I ever lose a GPS signal is when I go through an actual tunnel around here. And I used to be a driver for a living. I drive all over this country.
Yeah, and you use 5G, correct? Have you seen them? Well, 4G, 5G, whatever G, the internet. Oh, GPS. Then you can have computer maps. Like we used to have paper maps. You don't need a satellite.
Unfortunately, you're not going to convince me the Earth is flat. That's
have
crazy.
You not? Yeah, but you haven't.
I can't even believe people think that. Like, huh?
Well, I can give you evidence that the Earth is flat.
Sure you can give me what you think is evidence, but you can't. Like, people have known since the Greeks that the Earth is spherical. It's round. That's the only thing that even makes sense.
Well, they used to worship the sun. That's why they made the sun bigger than the Earth. That's why they came up with all this nonsense lie, because of their pagan gods. In the same way, those people haven't gone anywhere. We have them today. They go to places like Epstein's Island.
Are you sure you're not just lying because you want this book to be true?
100%. I'm not lying because I want the book to be true. I can show you the liars and what they do. They go to places like Epstein's Island and do ritualistic things. The same people who give you your science.
I know scientists, and they're not rich or anything else.
And when we just went through the pandemic, what happened? They gave us their solution. Did you take the solution?
I didn't know.
Well done.
That's not because I'm against vaccines. I just never got sick, so I never took it.
Yeah. But do you regret not taking it?
No, because I never got sick.
I know, but do you agree? Do you think people should take it?
Yeah. Vaccines are one of the best things humans ever invented.
Are they? Because it seems to me like a lot of people are getting more sick since they've took that. I know people that passed away since they took that because of that.
Well, I don't know what you're reading, but it's not what I've read. Because vaccines have saved millions and millions and millions of lives. Like, if you leave it to Christians, we'll just go back to the time when we didn't even know what pathogens were. Like leprosy and tetanus can be caused by demons again. That'll be fun, won't it?
Well, the Bible teaches about fasting. And fasting is one of the best things you can do to cure things like cancer. Have you ever fasted before?
No.
So when you when you're sick, your body pushes you into a forced state of a fast. That's why you don't want to eat when you're ill. And all you want to do is sleep and rest your body. So your body forces you to fast when you're sick. But if you fast through choice, what it does is after 72 hours, your body goes into a state of ketosis where you start to regenerate your own cells. You can look at this. This is scientific. This isn't like conspiracy. And it's funny that the Bible says that fasting is a way of...
Did you say it was science?
No, I say science will back this claim as well. It's not a conspiracy.
Well, why should we trust the scientists? You said they're all evil.
We shouldn't. We should trust the Bible. But the scientists are taken from the Bible, not the other way around. So that's what I trust the Bible.
Are the scientists lying to everybody, or are they backing what you're saying?
Well, scientists are not necessarily liars. Some of them are just indoctrinated when it comes to certain topics. Like every rat trap has real cheese at the end of the day. So
are you one of the Christians that think like God is all good and his laws are all good? There's not like a bad law that he would give?
I don't think God can be bad because if he makes the rules, he makes the rules. So if he decides something's right or wrong, then who are we to argue with that? Just because we might think it's wrong, and it might even cause suffering on this earth. It's not for us to decide the factors, because who are we? We can't even get out of bed in the morning. We can't even walk.
I'm a person who would like to live in a justly regulated society.
Okay.
So, I mean, like, if God's given all good orders, do you think that owning people as property is good?
What's the context? Is the context
Slavery.
this is no, I understand what the point is you're making, but what I'm saying is this: if the context is this is God's heaven right now and how God wants things to be, then no. But if we're in a fallen world, and there's, because of the fallen nature and because of everything around us is fallen, and things are not good in society due to our own behaviors and actions, and we're reaping the consequences, then...
Hey, can I, way to life, can I drop you and then have you come right back up? It gave you a violation for some reason. It's telling me to drop you.
Sure.
Can I drop you back? Just come back up?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to drop you and then just come right back up. I don't know why I even did that. I didn't think you said nothing to deserve that. Yeah, I gave him, for some reason, it gave him a violation and tried to make... If we're getting violations for stupidity, then I would never get out of line. All right, sorry about that, way to life. I don't know why they did that. I didn't think
it's probably because I was speaking about medicine. They don't like it when I speak about fasting and medicine. And
no, false information. Yeah, that's true. The flat Earth stuff.
But then it's it's probably AI that's making the decision, and that's the future, isn't it? And we're all and I wouldn't be surprised soon. Have you ever heard in the Bible of the abomination of desolation?
Yeah, it's a statue of Zeus, an altar.
Well, yeah, it'd be the Antichrist, won't it? It won't be Zeus. It'll be the Antichrist that's to come. And we believe
that's literally what it was. That's what the abomination of desolation was. It was an altar to Zeus they put in the temple. That's what sparked the Maccabean revolt.
Yeah, well, the Antichrist in the last days has a abomination of desolation as well. So there'll be an image of the beast, if you like. And we believe that's going to be linked with the AI. And not everybody believes that, not all Christians, but a lot of Christians are starting to believe that this is all panning together for the last days. So do you know much about eschatology?
No, not really. If we could, though, let's jump back to where we was. You was about to tell us why slavery is a good thing.
Oh, I was going to say, I know that not everything that happens is necessarily good, but God allows things that are bad to happen to play out, because in the end, things end up good. So sometimes suffering comes, but then good comes out of suffering. I'll give you an example. When you're in the gym and you train, it's hard. It's not easy. It's blood, sweat, and tears sometimes. It hurts, but you gain strength from it. In the same way, you might work a whole week, slaving out, if you like, in a factory where it's boiling hot, and then you give all your money away. And you've worked all those hard hours for the money, but you've given it to a charity that supports children, for example. So good, bad can be used for good.
Make that analogous to slavery, though. How slavery is bad, but it led to something good?
So people were going to starve to death, and then an employer says, I'll employ your daughter or son for 7 years. I'll give you money so you can survive, and they'll survive because they'll be under my care working. But here's the rules. If they work for me and they mess about, they will take a little beating. There's no police to enforce this. I'm going to enforce it, and I'll hit them into shape in the same manner you would hit them if they were misbehaving at home. And, so there's rules, so the guy's not wasting his money or his time, but people get to survive. So it can be used in a good way. It can be.
So what about the babies that are born into slavery? Like, how's that good for them?
Well, if you know the rules about babies being born into slavery in these times, then you make a conscious decision to get married whilst being a slave and have sex and have children, knowing that those children are also going to be born in the factory, unless they're willing to give them up and say, look, someone else can, because you're tied to a contract. And the contract was clearly very serious in a serious time.
I'm not just talking about contracts. I'm talking about literal chattel slavery. You own people as property, and they don't get to go out like Hebrew Israelites do. So we're not necessarily just talking about indentured servitude here.
Well, I believe that when we're talking about the slavery that we're speaking of in sort of the Old Testament, when it's dealing with being sold into it, that's different from what it says in Exodus, that if you go and steal a man, you're to be put to death.
Let's just read it then. Man, that would be awesome. Can you read Exodus 21, 2-6 for us? Way, that would be awesome.
When you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years, but in the 7th year he shall go out a free person without debt. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. But if his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. But if the slave declares, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out a free person, then his master shall bring him before God. It shall be brought to the door of the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him for life.
So what does that teach us? That teaches us that there's a possibility that the person who becomes a slave is actually going to love his position.
That's what you heard, man. Could you pretend that I'm? Yeah, wait. Could you pretend that? Could you pretend that we're at church and you're like leading a Sunday school class and you're going to teach me what this said? Can you just summarize back to us what those verses just said?
Yeah, I've already explained about being bought and sold. This isn't referring to the stealing of a person.
Teacher,
Joshua,
I don't think that's what the verses are saying. Could you explain what that means to us, teacher way?
Joshua,
what are those verses saying?
You have the same name as Yeshua. Do you know that?
Yeah, teacher, I feel like that's just a dodge, teacher. Could you just explain what these verses are saying?
Well, Joshua, if you want me to explain...
I know, teacher. These are tough verses, but I wonder why the pastor put you in charge.
Me and Apostate was having a good conversation where we were back and forth, and you've come along, you've interrupted.
I know. I asked those tough questions. So could you just tell us, teacher, what it says?
They're not tough questions, but you're going to have to not interrupt me if you want the answer, not cut me off.
Well, yeah, but it's your teacher, but I'd love to actually answer them. Yeah, I know, but I know it's tough, but I'm holding you to the question. So could you just answer it for us? Thanks.
Okay. Were you listening to the whole conversation?
Yeah, I was. You were dodging then too.
So what did I say?
Let's do it now. I know you want to dodge to something else. So I'll just reiterate the question. I'm going to reiterate the question for you because I don't think you got it. Okay. So he read Exodus 21, 2-6 to you. And the part where it was talking about a man who's a debt slave, who has a wife given to him, and they have children. And then when he goes out free, it says that the wife and the children belong to the master, right? They don't go out free, they're property. Could you just explain that to us, please? That'd be great. Thanks.
Exodus 22:4.
Boy, you're not really listening either, are you? 21.
Okay. 20. What was it? 21.
21
really?
2 through 6. That's what I just read. Yeah.
Amen.
Well, I read it, and then you started saying this passage teaches us about love, which sounded really disgusting to everybody listening. So that's when Dr. Josh asked you specifically to teach us what this passage is actually about.
Okay, let's deal with it then. If they buy a Hebrew servant, right? So they're buying a servant. Right? This is what it says. Not slave, servant.
It's an Eved. It's actually an Eved.
Exodus.
It says Eved. Do you know what an Eved is?
I've got a King James Bible in front of me.
Yeah, that's great. Do you know what an Eved is?
Servant.
So Eved is a slave.
And slave can mean servant. It has multiple.
Okay, but what does it mean here, Way? Right? I'm sure you're very good at lexicography. Here's what I want you to do, Way. This is going to be tough for you, but I want you to try to be honest with it, sir. I want you to try to be honest with the text. I want you to be honest with the text. I know it's tough for you. I know. interacting with people in a normal way is difficult. So
So
look, I want you, I want you to try super duper hard to try to be honest, right? Stop fighting the mute button. I want you to try to be honest. And when we let you come off mute, I want you to try to explain what this passage says. And I want you to focus on the part that we asked you to focus on instead of trying to deflect. Okay, so go ahead, come off mute and explain what the passage means.
And we really hope you won't try to tell us that a servant has to be a servant for life, because that makes no sense.
Okay, let's read what the scripture says. Okay, so you want me to explain it? I'm going to read it and I'm going to explain it as I'm reading it. If they buy a Hebrew servant 6 years, he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. Is there an issue with that so far?
I mean, other than the fact that he's a slave. No, go ahead.
Okay, no. He's been bought, so that means that
he's been bought, so it's okay. Go ahead, keep going. He's a slave. Go ahead.
You understand this is a job, right?
I don't understand that. In fact, I understand that it's
we
not.
understand that a person is being purchased, which is what it says.
Yes. In order for what?
To be a slave.
To work for a person.
A debt slave in this case.
As a debt slave.
To work for like we are.
As a debt slave.
Are we not?
No, we're not. And it's incredibly
incredibly
horrific for you to try to suggest.
Do you know what a birth certificate is? That makes you property.
Do you?
No, it absolutely doesn't, and that is horrific to people that. Hey, shut the fuck.
Oh my fucking god!
Don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I actually do. So look, don't sit here and try to downplay, even though you probably don't mean to do it. You're just dumb enough to. Hey, stop coming off mute. Look, don't sit here and downplay the atrocities that people of color went through in the American South by saying stupid shit like people that have a birth certificate are slaves, right? Don't downplay those atrocities. Yeah, that's right, motherfucker.
Ridiculous. Try to compare people having a fucking job to a damn slave. Utter insanity. It just goes to show you how desperate, to try to justify some shit just because you want to believe it because it feels good. Like, it's unreal. Oh boy. Yeah, I guess I guess he read. He was on check from TikTok anyway, so I guess it was. No, I think not. He was arguing the Earth was flat before that, so yikes. It's a mind-blowing thing that in 2026 you have to argue with people that evolution isn't a fact, a spherical Earth isn't a fact. You just debate whatever fact you want these days, apparently. Yikes. I don't know what happened to him there, Dr. Josh, though. He,
I mean,
I think you read him off.
I'm not upset that somebody who, and I'm trying to be gracious, right? And some level of. Sorry, can you hear me? My AirPod just decided to disconnect. I try to assume or give some level of charitability, but it's so hard. It's so hard when you know that there are people listening to this, like people of color, minority groups that have suffered horrendous atrocities, or their ancestors have suffered horrendous atrocities, and those effects are still felt today through the system itself. And then to have somebody so blithely say some stupid shit like, well, if you have a birth certificate, you're a slave. It's like, it's so hard for me to be charitable in those moments.
I like how you said that in a Kent Hovind voice.
I mean, good evening, folks. You're probably one of those atheists that thinks that soup is your great granddaddy. Okay, but I think we know that dogs never produce non-dogs. Okay, and the water rains down on the otters. I'm here to help.
That's too good. That is just way too close, man. Like,
what's terrifying is if I do it with any kind of regularity, then it starts to come out in my normal voice, which is even worse. That I'm gonna have to drop here in a minute because the kids, I gotta get them going. But I was doing a stream one time with I don't know if you know who Jimmy Snow is.
yeah, I love Jimmy.
And we were on his stream, and somebody asked me. I think John was on there as well, GE, and they and Paula G was on there, and Shannon. Anyway, and Casey, but they asked me to say something, in Kent's voice, and as I did, Jimmy put something in the side chat, and he said, "Yeah, Josh, if you could you just read what's in the private chat?" It resulted in me going, "My money don't jiggle, it folds." Okay, I want to see you wiggle, a faux show. It was really funny. Anyway, thank you for letting me say really, really goofy things up on the stage. I'll keep listening.
No problem. Thank you for doing that.
I'll let you drop me back down.
God. Oh man, that was too funny. Holy shit. I would like consider. Actually, Kent Hovind's one of the few people that would be like, no, I wouldn't even think of considering debating that guy. But I probably would debate him like on some Bible stuff. Like if it was one of these topics, I would definitely do it. But like what the fuck? How long can you sit there and say dogs only poop out dogs? Like what the fuck? Like, I mean, like how many? It's just. That's so crazy. Like, he's been destroyed so many fucking times, and his script literally hasn't changed in the slightest. Like, he just says the same old shit that he's been saying forever now. And somehow it still resonates with a certain group of folks. I ain't gonna name no names, though. We don't do that around here. Y'all know me. I'm gracious like that. But anyway, the queue is empty at the moment. So if you are a Christian, I've still got a good 40 minutes. I can conversate up here. So come on up. We prefer adults that are capable of adult conversations and who are not going to say that a slave is somebody who goes to work every fucking day or has a birth certificate, apparently. Like, what the fuck? He even brought up, like, did you hear what that motherfucker said? He said you can... He said it on his own, too. I didn't bring it up. He's like, oh, yeah, you can have a slave, and, if they act out, there's not police, so you can give them a smack. And what he meant was you can beat the shit out of them, is what he was trying to say there. And, oh, my God. This shit is so fucking disgusting, man. Man. How rough is that shit to hear all the time? Well, let's see. Yeah, the algorithm, it picked back up a little bit, so we'll see if we can get somebody else up here to talk to. The engagement's still good, so still good, man. I still got enough time for a decent conversation, so the queue is wide open. If you want to come run some apologetics on me, I'm a newer channel here. Barely been going for 6 months. Really, I've been doing the channel like super seriously for maybe 4 months. So still brand new technically. So you can come running on the new guy. Oh, I thought we had some. Oh, it was an accident. Let's see. I had an accidental request up. I think. Let's bring out. I got somebody here, maybe. We'll try Catherine.
Hello.
Hey there. Are you over 18?
I am, yeah.
Awesome. Are you one of the Christians or Hebrew Israelites?
I'm a Christian. I would say I'm a Hebrew by
Oh,
bloodline,
cool.
but I am a Christian.
All right, cool. So which one of these topics you want to talk with us about today?
Oh, we have to choose. Can you choose for me, please?
Well, I would prefer, well, I mean, I can, but I would prefer you pick the one you feel the strongest about or feel like you're the most knowledgeable in, I guess.
Oh, well, I would go with number one then.
Believe the Bible is true. So do you think the Bible is all true?
Yes.
Like there's no mistakes, no contradictions, nothing like that?
I think some terms have been changed, but I think that in order to be able to interpret the Bible, I believe you have to have a thing called the Holy Spirit and discernment. So once you have that, you can see what's been changed and you can understand it for what it is instead of what the words literally say. So saying that, I believe it's true.
Okay. So would you say like God is all good and all loving and all just, stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think God is Alpha. He's everything, and he has different personalities. He can be very jealous. He can be a man of war. He can be all loving. He is all loving though. Just because he's a man of war doesn't mean he's not all loving. He's a man of justice, and he's a man of his word. Does not lie.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's perfect. So do you know the penalty for adultery in the Bible?
The penalty, remind me, please.
It is unalivement. You have rocks thrown at you until you die.
Okay, good.
All right. So would you agree with this morally agree with this statement here? That a woman should be convicted and executed for adultery because a man divorced her?
Would I agree? A woman should be executed because a man divorced her. Well, if she got divorced because of
for adultery.
Well, the Old Testament, I guess that's not in the New Testament, is it?
Yeah, it is.
It is in the New Testament.
Yeah.
Well, if it is, then do I agree with it? Yeah, I do. I don't agree with adultery anyway.
So you do agree with it morally?
Well, my moral.
So you think a woman deserves to be stoned to death if a man divorces her?
If she's committed adultery. Because the only term...
This says she's guilty of adultery if a man divorces her, except on grounds of sexual immorality. So if a man just decides he wants to divorce a woman and divorces her, she is guilty of adultery, according to this passage here.
So forgive me if I'm wrong, but what I interpret the Bible to say is that there's only one ground for adultery. I mean, one ground for divorce, and it's adultery. That's the only ground for divorce.
Well, it also says if a man marries a divorced woman, he is guilty of adultery.
So adultery is a sin, and the payment for sin is death.
Right.
That's written into you.
I'm asking if you morally agree that a woman can be stoned to death for adultery because a man divorced her specifically.
What? Because she committed adultery?
You can't think that's right?
But the thing is,
she didn't actually commit it, though. She's guilty of that if a man divorces her.
But the Bible says that divorce is only a thing unless you can only get divorced if adultery is committed. So you have to then realize he's divorcing her because she's committed adultery. That's what it means. He's not just going to divorce her because he doesn't like the color of her dress or she's put on 10 stone.
Well, in the Old Testament, it only says if you divorce a woman, you have to give her a certificate of divorce. It doesn't say anything about adultery. This is the New Testament, adding this to that.
From what I know of the Bible, and if I'm wrong, so you're saying that a man can, in the Bible, it says a man can just divorce a woman for any reason. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't interpret to say that. I thought the Bible said you can only get divorced a woman can only get divorced from a man and vice versa if adultery has been committed.
There might be reasons that a woman can divorce a man, but a man can divorce a woman for whatever reason he wants. Like the Bible doesn't give women the same rights and privileges that it gives to men.
So
In
you're
fact,
asking me,
monetarily, women are barely worth half of what men are. Like if you damage a man compared to a woman and you get a court ruled against you, a man might be 50 shekels where a woman would only be 25 or 30 if you for the same thing.
I think it's the way you interpret it. It's like a lot of people when they say, when God talks about the man, women understand he means, in the Bible it always say man, a lot man, but women, it means the same for women as well.
No, not for women. Women don't get the same rights that men get in the Bible.
So Matthew 19:9 confirms that a man can only divorce his wife for fornication. So we understand as Christians, we understand a man's not, you can't just divorce your woman because she's put on a stone. Yeah. Or you fancy somebody else. You can only divorce your woman.
That's what Jesus says. Jesus says if you do it for any other reason than sexual immorality, which you're guilty of adultery of anyway, then you're still guilty of adultery.
Right. So yes, if a woman has committed adultery, then unfortunately the payment for that.
What if she hasn't though?
Then it's not a divorce.
Yes, there is. That's exactly what this passage is saying. Here, I'll read it to you. It says, "It is also said, whoever divorces his wife, let him give her a certificate of divorce. But I say to you that anyone who divorces his wife, except on the grounds of sexual immorality, causes her to commit adultery. And whoever marries a divorced woman commits adultery."
Exactly.
Exactly.
You can only, that it means that unless the only way spiritually to have a divorce is if fornication, which is adultery really, adultery is fornication in a marriage, has been committed. Okay? That's what that means. So the payment for sin is death. Do I morally believe in it? Well, I'm a married woman, and I think, the spiritual bond between a husband and wife, if you can cheat on your husband even by looking at another man with a lustful eyes, then you're spiritually unalived. I can't say the DEATH on your. So I apologize for speaking like an idiot, but spiritually,
TikTok forces that. You can probably say death, but
yeah, spiritually, you will, your soul, a piece of your soul dies when you commit sin. Your soul.
Do you understand what the words here are saying?
Lock me up. Check his heart. Sorry, say that again.
Do you understand what the words here are saying?
Yeah, I do.
It says, "But I say to you that anyone who divorces his wife, except on the grounds of immorality, causes her to commit adultery."
Exactly. So
that's what I was asking you before. Do you think a woman deserves to be unalive for adultery because a man divorced her?
But you can't divorce somebody. You can go to the court.
You can. He's saying if you do, you cause her to commit adultery. Right. Why doesn't this just say you can't divorce your wife except on the grounds of
apostate? Apostate. Let me ask you this, yeah. Spiritually, do you think if a man and a man get married or a woman and a woman get married, is that a marriage for what a marriage? Because a marriage is a spiritual thing. It's not just go down to the courthouse. That's not what a marriage is.
No, a marriage is a contract between two people. Don't have anything to do with spirits.
Yeah, it does. It comes from spirituality. So they took the marriage and they made it into what it is from in England or USA or whatever it is. But the concept of marriage is a spiritual thing.
What if a man has a whole bunch of wives?
So what about if a man's got a whole bunch of wives? Yeah, it's polygamy. That's not, when God created Adam and Eve, he didn't give him Adam, Eve, and Brenda, did he? He gave him Adam and Eve.
Do you know how many wives David had?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that God may have allowed it, but it doesn't mean he agreed with it. Doesn't mean that he created David to have many wives.
Did he ever punish him for taking that many wives? God specifically says if you wanted more wives, all you had to do was ask.
Hold on a minute. Diddy was walking around with bold shoulders for two decades. Who knows what happened to David? You don't know what happened to David when do you know what I mean? How God dealt with him. And then not only that, God didn't design man and woman to have polygamy, because if he did, when his initial design was made before they sinned, he would have allowed Adam to have different wives. Genesis doesn't say that. However, David was in a fallen state. He took polygamy, but that isn't the design of man and woman. So
God doesn't seem to have a problem with that at all.
Well, he does.
No, he don't. See, listen here. It says, I anoint you the king over Israel, and I rescued you from the hand of Saul. I gave you your master's house and your master's wives into your bosom, and gave you the house of Israel and Judah. And if that had been too little, I would have added much, much more.
Well, so you're saying that because David became king, that God thought he was perfect.
No.
That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying there was no issue at all with having multiple wives.
Well, how
God never says this marriage is just a man and a woman, and
yeah, he does.
There's even laws that say that if you take more than one wife, you have to treat your other wives this way.
In Genesis 2:24, he says, "Take your wife and cleave, and you'll be one flesh." So then, obviously, so like I'm saying,
Adam, there was only two people. That's the only choice they had. That's why she had to like have sex with her sons and stuff too, apparently, to reproduce.
I beg your pardon? Where are you from? Alabama?
Yeah.
Oh, where I'm from, we don't. That's just not heard of. That's illegal.
Not heard of. There was two people in the whole world. Who do you think their kids had sex with?
Their brother. It says in the Bible, their brother and sister.
Oh, okay.
It's a bit different than having sex with your mum and dad. Sorry, but when a cell splits between it starts as one atom, splits into two, splits into four. Unfortunately, just because of the numbers, that's what it is. But the cell never
Here, this is let's say this is from Deuteronomy 21. It says, if a man has two wives, one of them loved and the other disliked, and if both the loved and the disliked have borne him sons, the firstborn son being the one who disliked, then on that day when he wills his possession to a son, he is not permitted to treat the son he loved as the firstborn in preference to the son of the disliked, who is the firstborn. This doesn't say you can't have two wives. It says if you do, you can't treat the first one or the kids. You can't cut them out of an inheritance.
I believe that God does allow it in some instances, especially in instances such as like a wealthy. You've got to admit there's a difference between a king and an ordinary man.
So if you got money, you can have more.
Well, if I could explain, what I mean is this: if can you admit there's a difference between a king and an ordinary man? Not to say one's more perfect than the other, but they have different roles in the Bible, right? So a king.
They have different roles and jobs, but they're the exact same as a person.
Yeah, they're the same. We're the same. We know spiritually we're all equal, but I'm trying to say a king in the Bible has a different position. There is a thing about position.
This isn't just talking about kings, though. Okay,
so what you're saying is that Genesis 2:24 should be discounted, and that ordinary men with no money can barely look after themselves.
I'm just saying, based on the laws, God has no problem with men having more than one wife. It's not a bond between just one man and just one woman, according to God.
Again, discernment tells me that's not what God says. But again, I can't argue you because
if a man has two wives, one of them loved and the other disliked, and if both of them, like it's clearly saying, if a man has two wives, if he likes one and don't like the other, he can't cut out inheritances.
Again, when it comes to polygamists, I can't really argue with them because there's scripture to defend it. But me personally, in my discernment, I'm going with Genesis 2:20. Huh?
So you're using the verses you think backs up what you're saying and discarding the ones that don't.
No, so are you though. Okay. But so are you. But no, that's what I mean.
I don't have to.
You are, because you're avoiding Genesis 2:24 because you said that there was only two people. So
but that's not a law saying a man can only have one wife. That's not my interpretation of that.
So what is it then?
It's just talking about Adam and Eve. It's bonding them two together, not just one man and one woman, everybody forever. Mm-hmm. He gives a whole bunch of laws in the Old Testament that he wants his people to abide by. It says, keeping these laws are what's doing good and right in the sight of the Lord, and you will keep them all the days that you live on the earth. They are not too hard or far away from you, and they will not be added to or taken away from. So in these laws that God says he specifically wants people to do, it never says anything about you can only have one wife.
Well, you say that Genesis talks about it's only speaking about Adam and Eve, but how can that be true? Because Adam and Eve never had a father nor a mother. And it doesn't say therefore Adam, it says therefore a man leave his father and his mother. So therefore, it's not even really about Adam and Eve. It's guidance for man and woman. So as I say, I don't really argue with the polygamy argument because 100%, if I'm honest, I can't say 100% that polygamy should be illegal. But my discernment is that it is. If you want to go and be a polygamist, then do so. Just like if you want to be a homosexual, do so. Do it. If you not you personally, but if people want to argue that in the chat, go ahead, do it. I'm not really here to stop you from saving your rectum and your soul. That's not what I'm here for. I was just here to say, why we should believe the Bible is true. And with the polygamy argument, I can't really argue against it. But personally, for me, my discernment just doesn't get that polygamy is what God intended for me as a wife.
Well, he intended that if a man divorces you, that you be stoned to death for adultery.
If a man divorces, if I commit adultery, but so you're saying that means that if I put on a bit of weight and my husband's like, you're fat today, don't like you, and he wanted to divorce me, is that what you're telling me that means? Because that's not what it means.
Absolutely.
Okay, so again,
it's extremely clear. It's it's this easy. It says, but I say to you, anyone who divorces his wife, except on the grounds of sexual immorality, causes her to commit adultery. And whoever marries a divorced woman commits adultery.
I believe in it, but I believe that the only way you can get a divorce, it says in the Bible, can only be done through fornication, adultery. So
well, Jesus should have read it a little bit better then.
Well, maybe he like he says, my sheep hear my voice, and his children can understand him.
You realize this is Jesus talking, right?
Exactly. So I can deter.
So do you think a man is guilty of adultery if he marries a divorced woman? Do you think he should be stoned to death because he married a previously divorced woman?
Like I said, in the Bible, just because it says man or woman, you have to have. I did come in saying that you need to have discernment to understand the Bible. That's one of the first things I said. So I can understand that goes both ways. Not every verse in the Bible goes both ways. Some things are just for men, some things are just for women. Some things, sometimes he only says man, sometimes he only says woman. And what you need to decipher which is discernment. And I cannot give that to anybody. I don't know how I got it. If you want to say I haven't got it and it doesn't exist, you're welcome to say that. But I know it exists.
Well, can you discern this for us? Why is it saying if a man marries a divorced woman, he's guilty of adultery?
If a man marries a divorced woman, he's guilty of adultery. Why is it saying that? Is that what you're asking me?
Well, I'm saying, how would you discern that with the Holy Spirit? Does it mean what it says it means? If you marry a divorced woman, you're guilty of adultery? Or does it mean something else?
If a man marries a divorced woman, he's guilty of adultery. It means what it says, unfortunately. I know people can't accept that, but that's what it means.
Pretty easy to discern right then, right?
Do you have a problem with it?
Yeah, I mean, I do.
Why? But then again, okay, why?
Because I don't think a man should be executed for adultery for marrying a divorced woman. I don't think anybody should be executed for almost anything involving marriage.
Okay. Well, again, it's not your words.
Including sexual immorality. Nobody deserves to die for that.
It's like we're the creation and we've got a lot to say, but we're not the creator. So if the creator made it that way, why don't you just get on with it?
I don't know. Slavery's okay. Well, you okay with that too?
Yeah, of course I am.
Oh, okay. Well, that's sick as fuck. You really need to reevaluate yourself. This is why I do this channel, in case anybody's out there like listening to Christians or thinking about being one. They can listen to Christian doctrines like this and hear y'all say that you're okay with slavery and
of course I am.
unaliving. Well, I know. That's why I'm saying I started this channel.
Apostate, let me put it this way, right? the people who, a lot of people, different people have gone into slavery, and a lot of people are being enslaved at this very hour, right? But if you're going to talk about slavery, that
Yeah, and
the
I'm
way
not okay with it. I know you are, but I'm not.
wait,
Like, this
wait,
is
can I
always bad to me.
can I finish? Can I finish what I'm saying first of all, so you can understand me a bit more? Because I can see your chat's getting a bit wound up, but they're in deep sin, but they're wound up with what I say, which sticks to the Bible, right?
Well, they're against
So,
slavery, yeah.
well, but a lot of them are homosexuals, but they've said it in the chat. But so I'm
Okay,
against
we'll
that.
get to that in a minute. Yeah.
So what I
Yeah.
wouldn't say is this, I don't want you to think I'm, I would say murderer. But what I want to say is this: slavery. I'm going to go for the BLK people, the black people, right? My people. Some of my relatives, I believe, a few generations ago were enslaved, right? Now, when I look at what they did and why they went into slavery, I don't disagree with it. However, the people who enslaved them took it too far. What they did was disgusting, but God never told them to do that. Now, forcing somebody to come and till your land, right, doesn't mean buck break them. So I don't agree with buck breaking, but I do agree that if you do wicked things to God for generations, that the payment for that is slavery. Okay?
Okay. Absolutely disgusting.
Because
Jerry,
a lot of them, they agree with. A lot of them, they will agree with the buck breaking part, but they don't agree with the word slavery. But the buck breaking, they've been doing that all week.
Yeah, well, whether you
Hey,
treat
Catherine,
them okay or
how you
not, owning
doing?
somebody's property is always wrong.
Not if you sin. Hello, Joey. Not if you sin against God. If you sin against God for generations, He says you go into slavery, because what He says is slavery is a thing that fixes you. You have to humble yourself. You have to turn
Where
back.
does he say that? Where does he say that shit?
Time out, Catherine. I mean, I think you're constantly, defending the Bible, but I think you're forgetting the human part, humanity part of the perspective here. That's what's kind of disgusting people.
Huh? Who cares what? Listen, all these people in the chat, Jerry, have told me that they do things, that I'm disgusted with. Who cares? It doesn't really matter. We're discussing the Bible. It's not a human thing. It's a spiritual thing. It
is a human thing, because we as a society have to learn to live together.
Huh?
And it is a humanity thing, because we as a society have to learn how to live together in harmony. And the conditioning of the people to live in those conditions, over time makes society worse.
So I hear what you're saying, Jerry, but that's your way of thinking is a lot of the reason why I feel like you think you're doing good, but you're doing worse. For example, if they was to bring in a law that says that a grown strapping man, of let's say an adult man, can have a wife of a 2-year-old child, right? Would you think that's right? Yes or no? Just yes or no? It's not right. Right? However, when they start picketing and saying, but we've got rights and we need to live together, where do you draw the line? I'll tell you where you draw the line: in scripture. So when you're going back to where does it say slavery humbles a people, it's in 2 Chronicles 33:9. Actually 33:12. And it says, in his affliction, he besought the Lord and humbled himself greatly. So my people, which are the original Hebrews, right? They were the enslaved ones. The only way they got enslaved because they turned away from their God. The only way they're going to turn back to their God is when they look around and they realize they need to humble themselves. And my people are not a very humble people, right? But slowly but surely, because now is the time, they're humbling themselves, but they've never been humble, and they've gone after other gods. Right? They've always got an idol. They're always doing wrong things in God's eyes, not your eyes, Jerry, not mine.
You would be okay with your dad selling you as a slave?
Huh?
How would you feel? Like, put yourself in, right? Exactly. Put yourself in those people's shoes. You're on the outside looking in and trying to justify it. And I don't think you're really understanding what it's like to be in those people's shoes.
So what you're saying is God's wrong and your feelings matter?
Absolutely, this God's a piece of crap. Yeah. I don't think your dad should be allowed to sell you as a slave.
Not when it comes to scripture, my feelings don't matter, but my feelings match with God's. I feel what God feels.
Your
'cause I'm a
feelings
Christian.
do matter,
One shot
Catherine.
them. My feelings match with God. I'm a true Christian. So
Your
whatever.
feelings do
So you
matter.
think it's okay for your dad to sell you as a slave, right? You'd be like, oh, sorry, Dad, that's okay. Just sell me.
First
Who
of all,
has conditioned you to think that you don't matter?
Who said you don't matter to yourself?
Who has conditioned you to think that you don't matter?
First of all, what makes you think I don't matter when I'm a Christian?
You just said it.
My feelings don't matter. I'm a Christian. My feelings are the same as Christ. So
who has taught you that you don't matter?
Your feelings are you.
No. I feel what Christ feels. Whatever
that
Christ
is
says.
Horrible. Who has taught you that?
I'm a Christian, Jerry.
They have conditioned you to think that way. It's not true.
That's what Christianity does. It makes you think you're a worthless piece of shit unless you believe what this book tells you to believe.
Yeah, you
are. It makes you think
don't...
everybody else is a worthless piece of shit if they don't agree with you.
And you're all in for it. You're all in, right? You think that that's true? You really think that people are pieces of shit?
I didn't say that. I was going to say I wouldn't say that. That's not the way I speak. I don't really swear, if you notice. That's not how I speak. I wouldn't say you're a worthless anything. I would say you're lost and you're
Do you think you're a worthless piece of shit?
No, never said that.
Yes, you do.
Okay, Jerry.
Catherine.
So you're going to answer my question?
Your dad, especially
yes, I'm answering your questions.
So why are you asking them?
Your dad sells you, he can make a lot of money back in the day.
Say that again, please, apostate.
I said if you're a virgin and your father sells you into slavery, he can make a whole lot of money off of you. Like way more than just selling you if you're not a virgin.
So where does it say that my father, who's not God, right, my earthly father, where does it say that he has to sell me into slavery?
It doesn't say he has to. It says he can if he wants to.
Where?
Exodus 21, verse 7. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do.
So you interpret that to mean that any man could a man can sell his daughter as a slave. Is that what you interpret it to mean?
Yes.
Right. Like I say, you don't. There's no point me arguing. There's no point me trying to tell you because you are both lacking discernment. So it's like you don't get it.
So what does it really mean?
Yeah.
Like I say, if somebody is under slavery, right, it's a punishment. We've established that from Chronicles 33:12. It's a punishment, and there's a reason for it. Like for me, right, I never slept around. I never had drugs. You know why? Because I used to get 2 slaps across my thighs, and I was disciplined as a child, right? Was you, Jerry? No. So I was disciplined, and I came correct, right? Now, what slavery does is it disciplines the people who are unruly, destined for destruction. Was you disciplined? No,
what about the people that are born into slavery? Like if you give a male Hebrew slave a wife and she has kids, it says they have to stay with the master for life.
They don't have a choice. They've done nothing wrong.
What's being corrected with babies being born into slavery?
It's part of the punishment. You go.
No, it isn't, Catherine. That's what you've been told. It's not true.
Well, okay. So what it says in the Bible, right, which is the truth, it says that once you disobey God and he punishes you, it will go on to, I think it's up to 4 generations. He says, 4 generations I will hate, but of the righteous I will love your generations for 1,000, he says. But if you're wicked against God, he will hate 4 of your generations and punish you, right?
That's weird because it also says the son will never be punished for the sin of the father, nor the father for the sin of the son. So which one are we going with?
That's righteous, not sodomites. Righteous. There's a difference between a righteous and a sodomite. You do understand that? Why would a righteous person be punished? It doesn't say that in the Bible. It says the righteous, I will love you for 1,000 generations, but the wicked,
God punishes righteous people all the time in the Bible. Have you never heard of Job?
Look at Job.
He might discipline them, but he doesn't judge them. He disciplines them.
He did. He murdered his whole family.
Whose?
Job's.
First of all, we know that
Job took everything he had.
So and then what did he do?
What do you mean? And then what did he do?
Did he not make his second half better than the first? Like, do you not have any?
Yeah, but there was no reason to take the first. He did it to prove a point to the devil.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Have you not read it?
It wasn't to prove. Have you read the book of Jasher? It wasn't to prove a point to the devil.
Have you read Job?
Jasher.
Have you read Job?
I've read Job.
He's referring
It
to
literally
Job because
says
he's had a
Satan is in a meeting in heaven and doesn't even say anything about Job. God asked Satan, he says, have you considered my man Job down here? And he goes, yeah, he only likes you because he's rich and stuff. God said, that's not true. Do whatever you want to the man as long as you don't unalive him. But you can unalive whoever else you want, which the devil does. And Job never even got his kids back. It just says God gave him 20 children back. But that's not better. That's still murdering the 10 children that he had previously.
Well, again, it says first of all, if you want more understanding about the book of Job, I would suggest, I've read the whole Bible. Yes, all your people in the comments, they make assumptions, but they don't know, so I'm just going to ignore them. If you want more depth about Job, you can read the book of Jasher, number 1. Number 2, God took away something from Job and gave him something better. So a small human mind will say, well,
No,
why
he
did
didn't.
you
He
take
took
my...
his kids and gave him some more. That's fucked
No, he
up.
did it. It
It's
says
not
made him
better.
better.
Yes,
It said
he
made him...
did.
Imagine how
says-
traumatic that was for Job.
It
Imagine
says...
how traumatic that was for Job
Well, we know.
and
'cause
all
he's
of the
dead.
people when they died
It
for
says...
no reason.
First of all, it says that it made his second part of his life better, number 1. And number 2, it blatantly says that we can assume with discernment that Job's children were wicked, hence why Job had to pray for them.
Bullshit.
What
You are a liar.
are you talking
You are a liar.
about?
You are lying on the Bible.
It says it. It said, does it not say Job has to pray? He prayed for his kid because he thought that maybe they might have cursed God. Discernment will tell you they were wicked.
His brain was
They're not
wondering
wicked.
what in the world was going
literally
on.
making atonement sacrifices for them after every single dinner. Like he was
Right.
making sure they were covered.
Why?
Job was
Why?
literally the most righteous man that God had. It even says here, I'll read it right here. It says, that man was blameless and upright, one who feared God and turned away from evil. God made the life miserable of his most sinless servant, I should say.
So
It was
apostate. My
fine. He
thing,
didn't do shit to deserve any of that. God wanted to prove a point to the devil, so he made the man's life miserable, and it never says his kids were wicked.
right, apostate. Like I say, this thing called discernment is very important, right? So when you read the Bible with discernment, you know that it says this. Basically, I'm going to break it down for you, right? Without discernment, right? What it's saying is that God said Job was basically a man that is blameless, sort of thing, right? But it didn't say Job and his children were blameless. It then went on to say that Job had to make atonement for his kids. So somebody with discernment will understand that those kids were wicked, right? Moving on.
Never says they were wicked. You're making that up.
Doesn't have to. You've got discernment. You should be able to understand it from what it
Well,
tells
it does have to. Otherwise, you're adding shit to it that's not there.
you. What did I
So
add?
a righteous man raised wicked kids. How do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Where is your discernment there?
Huh? But in the
A
Bible,
righteous man-
it
A
says
righteous
you
man
can't pass
raised
down your
wicked
righteousness.
kids. That's what you're saying. That's
Righteousness is not inherited, Jerry. You've never read the Bible when you've got no discernment. Righteousness is not a thing you can inherit. It blatantly says that in the Bible. You've got to do your own work.
Yeah, we've read it before, and we know it don't say the shit you're saying it does.
So what? So have you read it with
So you're
discernment?
making stuff up that's not in there.
What have I made up?
Yeah, I was a Christian for nearly 30 years.
And then you left Christianity.
Yeah.
So you wasn't a Christian.
And I have read the book of Job, and when I was a Christian, and I thought
So you
that
both
was
weren't
very,
Christians.
and I thought that I went before the church and I told them that I believed and I wanted to be baptized when I was 13. And then I lived every part of my life was after that was just going to church, going to Bible studies, learning, listening, doing what I thought was right, doing what I thought I was supposed to do. Even after I got married, I still continued to go to church. I continued to go to Bible study, continued to read the Bible on my own, told people about the Lord. Is that what being a Christian is?
No, it actually being a Christian means Jesus Christ chooses you. So if you've left, perhaps he didn't choose you. I'm not saying he did or he didn't, but
I guess he didn't then.
Well,
because
there
I
you
left.
go. There you go. So I don't know what you're talking about then. It's got nothing to do with you, really, has it?
So Jesus never actually entered my heart, even though I invited him in.
There you go.
And he never possessed me.
He has
And
to
I
choose you.
guess I had to set myself
This
free.
righteous one here knows it all. Hey, let's
No,
read what
I'm
it
not
actually says about
lying.
Job's children here. It says, while he was speaking, another came and said to him, your sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in the eldest brother's house. And suddenly a great wind came across the desert, struck the four corners of the house, and it fell on the young people, and they are unalived. Where does it say anything about them being wicked ever? Show
Well,
us.
like I said, discernment tells you Job had to pray for his kids, and not only that, it tells you that God described
And
Job.
it tells you why he did that. He did
Okay,
it
and then
preemptively, just to make sure that they were covered for sin. You understand that, right?
And it also says Job was, I can't remember it word for word. I'm not going to say perfect, but it basically said he was sinless or something like that. I don't know if that's the right
Yeah,
word.
blameless and upright,
Right.
and did no evil. He was
Now, did
perfect.
it say Job and his children? Yes or no?
No.
Right, that's it.
No,
Now,
I'm not
if
the one
you,
adding stuff. I don't have to. What it does say is that his kids were eating, and a wind came and blew the house down on them and unalived them. Doesn't say anything
but
about how they
if
were
with
acting.
this,
What it does say is that Job was making atonement sacrifices for them to make sure they were covered for sin, just in case. It never says they were sinners or wicked
do you
or
know what
anything
it?
else like that.
Do you know what it is, apostate? Like I said when I first came in, the Bible is a book that I truly believe, and it's in John 15:16, God has to choose you, number one, and you need the Holy Spirit to interpret it. So the fact, if you don't understand what I'm saying and you're saying I'm adding when I'm just using discernment, then it's like basically
You're just calling it discernment and thinking that's valid to me when I'm not saying anything that you say is
that's
there
what you're doing.
contextually.
You don't have discernment. You don't have it.
You don't have
have it.
Don't have it, don't need it. We have basic reading
need it.
comprehension, and that's all you need. So
So
like,
you
for
think-
example, it says, the Lord struck the child who Uriah's wife bore to David, and it became very ill. So what was the punishment for this infant that God unalives here after making it sick for a week? What did it do?
Sorry, say that again. So you're very caught up on like punishment, but you're not a creator, and neither are you.
That's what I'm
You're a
asking you.
sinner.
What is this baby? What is this infant being punished for here? That's what I'm asking you. Since you're making it all about punishment, it says the
So
Lord
what
struck
baby?
the child whom Uriah's wife bore to David, and it became very ill.
So David. So let's slow down. Let's slow down, because again, I've got discernment, and I don't believe you have. You think you've got discernment, or you don't need it, but you don't think I have. But I'm going to tell you this.
Reading comprehension.
Right, again. So you need Holy Spirit to read the Bible, right? Number one. Number two, yeah. What you just said is that one of David's children got struck down, and what was it? Passed away.
Yeah.
Is that what you said? So let's go back to polygamy. So was David punished for his adultery or nah?
No, David was not punished for his adultery. Other people were punished for him.
Okay. So if your child dies, that's not a punishment.
What did the child do?
Hold on a minute. Hold on. You don't understand God. Do you understand, Jay? You can't inherit righteousness, but you can inherit the sins of your father. Do you ever read the Bible? Like, some people, they spend time on TikTok.
Oh, that's weird.
Right?
So you think the baby deserved to be punished for this?
Did I say that? I didn't say it deserved it. I just said it happened. It doesn't matter.
It's a
I'm not
sinner,
wrong.
so it had it coming, right? That's your justification.
No, David sinned. Like, if you sin and you have children, do you know that if you're a thief, do you know that's going to affect your children? Do you not see what's happening to the people who enslaved the Hebrews? Do you think things are going
if
all right?
I steal a
Or have
candy
they
bar,
got
God
rampant
unalives my
homosexual and
baby,
drugs?
that's justice and mercy there?
I beg your pardon?
I said, if I steal a candy bar and God unalives my baby for it, that was just justice. The baby's being punished for sin.
If you do adultery and the payment for sin is death, it doesn't say the payment for sin is your death. Does it say that?
Then why didn't he unalive David?
Does it say the payment for sin is your death, or does it say death? That is why we, as Adam and Eve's
offspring, the son
offspring,
shall not be punished for the sin of the father?
does it say the son should not be punished for the sin of the father?
Yeah.
Yes.
It says that the children will inherit their father's sins. That's why we get punished.
So they
for
are
Adam
punished
and
for
Eve
the
did.
sin of the father.
Yeah, you are. Of course you are. Unless you repent. That's why, as a Christian,
you just found one of the best contradictions in the Bible.
Did you repent when you become a Christian for what your ancestors did? Because Abraham had to. You have to repent for what your ancestors did.
I repented for what I did, not for my ancestors.
Right, there you go. So there you go. That's probably why the Holy Spirit can come into you, because you didn't read the Bible. You didn't get it, that you have to repent for you're American. You've got to repent for American sin, your sins, your family sins. Why are you doing?
I'm out here fighting slavery.
Thank you.
Hold on a minute.
He's speaking up for humanity, and you're justifying the atrocities.
As a Christian,
he is speaking up for humanity, and you are justifying the atrocities done to man.
I'm going. Bunch of sodomites.
Sodomites. Wow. Well, there you have some of the fantastic brain fucking poison that you get from this ridiculous ass God in this ridiculous book right here.
I guess I wasn't a real Christian.
You're just a sodomite.
I wasn't chosen. My name is not written in the Lamb's Book of Life.
I think not. Well, you weren't called, so.
I felt him calling me.
Yeah.
I did. I really felt him calling me up down that aisle when I went down the aisle at the church and gave my life to Jesus.
Hey, I did that too a couple times.
Got baptized.
Twice, in my case.
Told everybody I got baptized at church.
Let me look at that. I can't remember what.
I literally wrote Jesus is Lord on everything I doodled on.
I got a Bible verse tattooed on my back.
Okay, you win.
Oh shit, I know the right thing. Yeah, I got a Psalms verse. I got it when I was back when in my cage fighting days, but it's the one that says the Lord taught my fingers to war and my hands to fight, or whatever, or my hands to war and my fingers to fight.
You just got a different fight
Not very
now.
Jesus-y, but yeah. We get to 24:16. That's right. 24:16. Parents shall not be put to death for their children, nor shall children be put to death for their parents. Only for their own crimes may persons be put to death. Hey, bitch, you heard that? It's just a good little contradiction there. Did I just say bitch? Oh, shit. Damn, she got to me there. I didn't mean to say the B word, but I did, so.
And I'm sure, David felt sad that his child died, but it still is not the ultimate punishment. Was it took his child's life. Like, that child did not have a chance to grow up and live and make its own choices. So that's the ultimate sacrifice.
It was sin. Oh, what was the baby's sin? Oh, it didn't sin. It inherited the sin. This just gets worse and worse. Like,
yeah, I noticed
the further you go down the hole of God, the uglier it gets. Like,
yeah, because you have to keep justifying and explaining things from, this imaginary character God's point of view. And that's what I've said this before. It just makes you dumber and dumber. Because
well,
the
to be
more
fair, there is a raptor god, but he only meant his laws for the dinosaurs, so. Or raptors specifically. All the other dinosaurs were like inferior compared to the raptors. So the Lord's claws rest upon the raptors. All the other dinosaurs are a consequence of raptor sin. This is the true teachings of the Lord, according to the ape and Dr. Joshua Bowen.
I've got to get his book.
Yeah. He spends a whole chapter on the claws of the Lord and their sharpness.
Oh my God.
There's a couple chapters in that on it's in the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament by Dr. Joshua Bowen. If you want to purchase those, you can learn about the raptor god and his plans for all the raptors out there. And the sodomites, which is Jerry and I. She's gonna leave and say you're sodomites. Like, what the?
She said that a lot.
Yeah.
And we didn't have discernment.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's what you're reduced to as a fundamentalist, I think.
So I think the word that she was looking for instead of discernment might should have been biased. She didn't have discernment; she had bias.
Yeah, she said there were no when we started off. She said there were no contradictions or nothing in the Bible. I asked her all that, and then right before she left on the sodomite note, she pointed out one of the best ones. She don't give a shit that it says the son shouldn't be punished for the sin of the father. She cares about the part that says they will be, the generational one. That's the one that lines up there. He punishes to the 4th generation, even though that's bogus too. He actually goes to like 10. Like
yeah, because the 400 years would have been, how many generations is that? For the Amalekites?
I guess it depends on what you consider a generation, but like 15 to 18 or 19, I would think, depending on which one.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you get your pee-pee cut off or your testicles somehow damaged, you can't be in the congregation for 10 generations. No. That's a 10-generation punishment hitting you. You're in a nasty goat shepherding accident, I would imagine, and lose a testicle or portion of the shaft or head. You're out. You're out for 10 generations.
Dang.
No congregation for you, mister.
Dang. That's harsh.
You gotta have 2 nuts to get up in this congregation.
Well, sir.
You're coming up in here with that half a pee-pee and 1 nut.
How
like,
many?
oh no, you can't. Have you ever read the verses of the physical requirements to be a Levitical priest?
No.
Oh my God. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can remember which verse.
They didn't go over that stuff when I was in Bible study, okay?
Yeah. There was a guy one time was talking about he said they read the whole Bible in Sunday school, and I said, bullshit. And he goes, no, we did. I said, you guys read Isaiah 13 out loud in Sunday school to kids. And he goes, well, no, I don't think we read that one. I was like, you did read the whole thing. But hold on a second. You've got to hear this before I go. This is, if you've never heard the physical, damn it. Let me get on that. The physical requirements for a Levitic priest here. Can't never remember that one. Oh, I get a kick out of this one every time I read it though. This one don't come up enough. Oh, it's in 21 and 22. Okay, so okay, here we go. So, you're gonna love this. So this is talking about the physical requirements that you have to be a Levitic priest, right? It said, indeed, no one who has a blemish shall draw near, one who is blind or lame, or one who is mutilated or deformed, or who has a broken hand or foot, or a hunchback, or a dwarf, or a man or a man with a defect in his eyes, or an itching disease, or scabs, or crushed testicles shall come near to the offerings of the Lord.
Is that where ableism comes from?
A dwarf. A dwarf can't be a Levitical priest. A dwarf.
That is so
or
mean.
Or if you have a hunchback, or a scab, or you broke your hand. You can't even have a broken hand. Like, God is very picky about what you look like. If you want to come anywhere near his offering. Okay, like, all right, I'll cave on this one. The itching diseases and stuff, yeah, probably keep them out of there. You might want maybe stay away if you got an itching disease. Okay, I get it. All right, God, I understand. I'm in the mind of God right now. I'm discerning that one is probably fair. But a dwarf, a hunchback, broken hand or broken foot.
It's
Yeah, it just
just
seems kind of.
it's just kind of mean.
Yeah. It's pretty messed up, man. A dwarf, though? Like, what the fuck? Oh, my God.
That's awful.
I know. It's fucking so messed up. That verse don't come up near enough. We're going to have to make that one a headline sometime. How come dwarf can't enter the congregation of the Lord?
I know. I need discernment. Please, Catherine, come back up and give us some discernment.
Oh, God. I've threw up enough in my mouth for today, I think. God, that was...
That's sad that
we hear a lot of that
people
stuff.
still think like
that
that.
one was bad, even for the bad ones. Like,
I know.
She wasn't even one of the people who were like kind of iffy about it, but still forced to say it. Like,
she didn't stutter at all.
It's okay. She's like, oh yeah, it's totally cool. Yeah.
She was like, oh, they must have been punished for something.
Inherited sin for the babies. Smack them.
God said it. It's okay.
Yeah. That was bad. That was bad even for the bad. Like, the worst of the worst right there.
Yeah. But I think once you look at it from, how they say, look, have you walked a mile in somebody else's shoes? And I still have compassion. I have so much more compassion now, I feel like, than whenever I was
the same.
Judgmental. I had true judgmentalism.
Yeah, I think this book forces you into that, because there's like Christians and everybody else, you know what I mean? Like the Christians and the pagans. So like, if you ain't part of the group, you're the part that's getting slaughtered in the presence of Jesus for not accepting his rule over them.
And that's the only way to explain
Even though
it.
most Christians don't even think that bad. Like, there's just a few like her that come up here.
Yeah.
And do that kind of shit, but that's where we're at, I guess. Saturday.
Now she was talking. I was thinking, she was talking about Job. I was like, if he was such a good dad, why were all his kids so wicked? Like, how does that happen?
Yeah, it never even says that. It doesn't say anything about the kids at all, except they were eating in a house and the house fell on them because of wind. Like, that's literally all it says.
Yeah,
And
his kids
it even
weren't
says
wicked.
that Job was making sacrifices for them just to be sure, like just to be careful and make sure that God wasn't mad at them for sin, right? Like, that's what it says.
I remember reading that story and feeling so sorry for him, because he really thought he had done something wrong, and that's why he was doing all that
Justice
stuff.
for Job.
His friends even came to him and said, "You must have done something wrong, or this would not be happening to you."
And
Like, they were all
justify it by
judging
basically
him.
saying like, hey, I had $1 billion before, but now I got 2. Yay. Like, you didn't need. You were good before. It's like literally the richest guy ever.
Can you imagine
and like,
the
he needed some
fear?
more. Oh,
Yeah. I can't imagine the trauma and fear after all that.
That's pretty bad. That's what God does to his most righteous and most upright servants ever. That's what happens. This is yeah. But anyway, guys, it's my first day back after 1 day off of sickness in 100 days.
Bless your heart.
But anyway, I'm good now. I feel 1,000 times better than I did yesterday.
Okay.
Not 100%, but compared to yesterday, I'm motherfucking ready to take on the world once again. And today, I will be taking on some Hebrew learning with my wonderful book that I got from Dr. Joshua Bowen that you can also have. And you can support Dr. Josh, our best friend of the channel, and his family if you purchase one of his amazing books. And it's not like you're just giving out charity. You are buying some unbelievable knowledge on these subjects. Like, if you're into apologetics, before I started debating people live here, I used to stay on Facebook arguing with people all the time. But you need to know this stuff. If you like arguing with anybody over apologetics, or if you even feel like it's going to come up and make a difference, this is the kind of shit you need right here, because Dr. Josh is the one. Like, he knows. He's the motherfucking man. And also, don't forget that you can come learn a whole lot of shit with us this October in Huntsville, Alabama on the 23rd, 24th, and 25th at the Rocket City Reason Conference. It is going down. There's going to be some motherfucking titanic names of atheist debates there. Thinker's going to be there. The keynote speakers, Seth Andrew, of course, Godless engineer, is the one putting it on, him and his amazing wife, KC. There's going to be Black Atheist Rants is going to be there. Forrest Valkai, Gutsick Gibbon. I think I said Thinker already, but Thinker, I mean, it's going to be off the chain. So if you can make it, you can get your tickets for that at rocketcityreason.com. Miss Jerry, it is always a pleasure.
Pleasure is all mine.
Oh, how nice of you. Well, drop your sodomite ways before you come back up here again. Okay.
I'm going to do some cleansing.
Yeah, do some cleansing. Perhaps with I don't know, some sort of body wash, I guess. I don't know what things these days. Maybe that. Sodomite body wash. It's a holy body wash that'll take that sin right off of you. You just scrub it off. You get like a loofah, a little sin here, a little sin there. You know?
Yeah, maybe we can
scrub it right off. That's good stuff.
Well,
that's it. That's the ticket. We need to start selling holy body wash. It'll take that sin right off
to wash that sin right out of your life, like the lady that used to sing.
That's right.
I'm going to wash that gray right out of my hair.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And a bottle of this holy body wash can be yours for only $59.95, of which 3% goes to charity. So that's great. Oh my God. All right.
Don't give them any ideas.
They already beat me to it. I already know there's something like that out there. There's got to be. I know there is, for real. Like, you remember the guy, who was the guy that James Randi busted with that microphone? He was acting like God was telling him people's names and addresses in the audience. And then James Randi went up there with one of those super microphones and he could hear his wife talking to him, reading off prayer cards and stuff. You remember that guy?
Vaguely.
I don't remember his name, but he was like literally ruined for like a year, right? A year later, he just comes back and he's got some bottles of holy water that he's selling for $9.95. It's like just makes another $5 million.
See what I mean? Like people are just dumb and dumber. They just keep getting dumb and dumber. They more gullible and more, okay, this must be.
Yeah, the scary thing is I'm one of them. I'm no different.
Yeah.
You have to protect yourself from your own stupidity like I do. I mean, they're like, this is holy water. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, I went through half my life like Forrest fucking Gump. Like, literally anything somebody would say to me, I was just like, okay, that's all right. Obviously, that's bad. Like, you got to make people prove this shit. So this is some holy water. So maybe instead of just going, okay, I'll take a bottle, like, maybe say, like, how do you figure? Like, what's up with that? Like, how's this holy water? You know, something. But it's just me.
And I'm really glad, I know you got to go, but I'm really glad we got a chance to push back a little bit on why Catherine thinks that she isn't worth anything. Like, she really believes that.
Since I said, I'll take 2 bottles of the body wash. Since I
buy one, get one free.
Do you have extra strength, holy body? Holy body wash medicated, now available.
Extra strength.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it, but I'm sorry, Jerry. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I will be here. I think I'm good. I don't think I'll be sick again tomorrow, so I guess we'll start over on the 100 days there.
Yep, tomorrow will be day 2.
Once again, too, I have a YouTube channel, Apostate Ape. If y'all don't subscribe to my YouTube channel as well, because as soon as I get somebody to show me how to like run these things through the OBS, and I'm sure I'll find somebody at some point, I'm going to start doing both of them because I really need to be. I really would prefer to blow up my YouTube instead of the TikTok, honestly, because they're getting way too censored. It's hard to have even a conversation now, almost. But anyway, Miss Jerry, I hope you have a wonderful day. I have no idea who we can go raid, but I'm sure somebody's on.
Yeah,
So
somebody.
Yeah, so we'll see who's up right now. But anyway, Miss Jerry, you have a good one. Everybody else, much love. We will catch y'all again tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one. Peace.